that to my kids when we watch a video and they went, what's a video? And I was like,
no.
Stupid children.
Yeah, so the chips and nuggets is the brand new one. 5 projects. I've got some. I've got aquamarine. I've got fluorite. I've got amethyst, garnet. I've been really spoilt with my strands as well this time.
Oh my gosh! There's one space left on your February the 13th.
No,
this
Friday.
On this Friday.
One left.
Oh my gosh! You've got to get yourself booked in on that. We feed you and everything you get. Speak to the call centre. Ask for Wendy, or just ask to be put on Mark's list.
And then in February it's 13th, which is my birthday.
I can't believe he's working on his birthday.
So we've got a workshop, and then I've got one on Valentine's Day as well. 2 days running I'm here.
So if he's not going out for his birthday or for Valentine's, we're going to have to fix that, I'm afraid. We're going to have to definitely fix that. Thank you so much for tuning in to Mark and I today. Back tomorrow with Carol. Laura Binding, the lovely Laura Binding is coming up for you next. Don't move a muscle. She's right up after us. See you later.
Bye-bye.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at Jewellery Maker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just $15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed Jewellery Maker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
The early bird catches the worm. Don't miss out on your chance to grab our amazing early bird offers at 9 AM on weekday mornings. Catch them while you can.
Tune into Jewellery Maker every day at 5 PM for our Miss It Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low prices. The Miss It Miss Out show, only on Jewellery Maker.
It is easy to donate to the charity cycle ride. Donate now by calling the contact centre or by clicking the donate option on our website. And thank you.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to Designer Inspirations. Thank you so much for joining us today. If your Monday's getting itself off to a bit of a slow start, we're here to switch that around for you. Today you have myself as your presenter. My name is Becky. I'm going to be leading you through step by step all of our goodies and treats we have today. And our designer with all of our inspirational needs, it's the wonderful Laura Binding.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Have a nice weekend?
Very nice, actually. My first weekend at home since, well, this year, really.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
what did you do?
Nothing. Just spent time with the kids, went to the museum.
What museum did you go to?
Bristol Museum.
give us good facts from the museum. No pressure.
They had sea dragons.
Sea dragons?
Yeah, they got their fossils and like, they've got loads of all of the gems. All of, like the rock and the geos and the raw form.
Oh wow.
And quartz comes from Madagascar. Probably not all of it, but this particular piece did.
Oh, did it? Good facts. Good facts. You looked a bit blank at first, but then it all came back, didn't it?
I spent it wandering around chasing 2 children, to be honest. Didn't really look at a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. So on Designer Inspirations today, I have some really exceptional goodies. Number 1, I have a tool that we haven't seen in for ages. So long, but we're always chatting about them. We're always saying you can use these to flatten, to smooth. If it kinks, use these, and we haven't had them in. But they're back with a vengeance. They are your nylon jaw pliers. We'll be bringing these to you in our second hour, in our 2 o'clock hour. I've also got another tool. Never, ever been seen before. It's only been in the building for about 45 minutes. We got it in the building. Laura had a little play with it. We loved it. We found a slot for it. This is coming up in your second hour also. Brand new, you've never seen this before. It's your wire crinkler tool. We're going to give you a demo of exactly how to use this shortly. You had a lot of fun with this upstairs, didn't you, Laura?
Yeah, even Paula Bennett was doing it.
Yeah, even Paula had a go, didn't
we all
she?
had a go, yeah, it's great fun.
It's a really exciting tool. We'll be showing you the designs you can get from this, we'll be showing you the technique to use it, and we'll be giving you the chance to own this in your 2 o'clock hour as well. After my 2 o'clock hour, with those goodies and of course many, many more, I have a second edition of our Designer Inspiration with wonderful Laura binding. And describe to me your second piece. What are we going to be looking at there, Laura?
It's taking, it's a more advanced project, but it's about taking a simple technique and then expanding on it to make a more sort of complex design. So, and it's using something a little bit different.
It's definitely using something a little bit different. I'm not sure that we've had a Designer Inspiration using what you're using before.
Not of the size.
Not of the size, no, I don't think we have. So keep your eyes peeled for that. In my final hour, we are in tick-tock, last in stock. That means I have 50 or less of everything. And I don't know if you remember me mentioning the 2 new tools were in the 2 o'clock hour. Just want to make you aware that my 2 o'clock hour has something a little bit special about it. It's all under £10. You're going to be getting both of these tools for under £10. The crinkler tool, which is a launch price, we shouldn't be doing for under £10. But we wanted to squeeze it in. It was the only hour that we had any space left in. So we're bringing this to you at an unheard of under £10 for you today. That's going to be coming up really soon. However, before that, I want to let you know that it's a really interactive show. You know that Designer Inspirations, we don't just head over to the Designer for Inspirations. We want you to send us your ideas in also. And we want you to be able to take a little bit of Laura's brain and work it out from there. So we're going to have a Q&A with the wonderful spellbinding Laura Binding herself. All you have to do is message us in at jewellerymaker.com. You'll see a little box that says send a message to the studio. Type your message in there and we'll answer some of those for you. Alternatively, you can text us. 60777 is your number and you start your text with JM Studio. That's one word, JM Studio 60777. We will be asking some of those questions in around 45 minutes, 50 minutes we'll be asking some, and then we'll try and squeeze some in nearer the end, but truly realistically about 45 minutes is our main section. So get your questions sent in now, or if you have a little look what Laura's doing and you need any questions or finishing off or professional finish tips, message in as soon as you have that question. We'll try and squeeze those in for you. Right, let's bring you the Designer Inspiration Kit. Now, For this kit, we've done 2 separate bundles. The reason being, if you have a lot of, say, the wire at home or a lot of the beads we're going to be working with, we're giving you the opportunity to own them separately so that you can save your bank balance a bit if you need to at this time of year. I've got, first off, the wire. Now, this is in your pale pink wire, 200 meters of each. You've got in here your 0.25 pink, and you have your 100 meters of 1 mil in this pink also. So 1 mil, of course, is very much your structural. The 0.25 is brilliant for your weaving. It's great. We've seen Laura scrunching this, making beautiful patterns with it. Both of these you've used in your first designer inspiration, haven't you, Laura?
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
And how much would you say you used?
Barely touched it.
Barely touched it. So this is something that you truly can create this design, and you'll have so much left over to make many more. Let's take a look at your web price, shall we? This is your current web price. So if you are new to us, welcome along, thank you for joining us. If you are new, when we say web price, that means that if you go onto our website, okay? So we don't price compare against others, we price compare against ourselves, which is really unusual for such a large company to do. But we do that so that we can offer you and prove to you that we're going to do you some fantastic deals against our own already fantastic prices. So on our website, if you were to purchase these right now separately, it will come to £34.90. But on Designer Inspirations, we like to offer you something a little bit different. These two together are not £34.90. Today, you're going to get a whopping saving. They're going down to just £29.95 for you today. That is a truly great deal, isn't it? £29.95 for both of these today. 200 meters worth in total, 1 mil and your 0.25. It's that beautiful pink color as well. I know that a lot of you out there love pink, any colored wire, to be honest, because it's a little bit different for you to treat yourself. £29.95 is your price for 200 meters in total today. So this is your first bundle. We're gonna do your second bundle, well, your second part of the kit, which is a little matrix. We'll be doing that in a moment. I'll bring it across to you, Laura, if that's all right. If you haven't bought with us before, 0800 644 655 is your number. Talk to our call centre. Honestly, they are so nice. They're great at what they do, and they're so lovely as well. So do give them a call. They'll set everything up for you, or you can buy off the website, JewelleryMaker.com. Have a little look on there, and it'll explain how to set up your account, buy from us. What I would say is a little tip is if you are buying online, check out as soon as you're sure you want something, because we've had a lot of great deals on recently where people have been whipping it out of each other's baskets because you've just not got in there quick enough. So do check out as soon as you like it. Laura Binding, hi, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good. How would you describe your first piece?
Well, I've got pink wire.
Yeah.
It's coming up to Valentine's Day, so it had to be done, didn't it?
It did, it did. I think it's so beautiful. Where would you say for this you had to be, say, up to on your journey with jewellery making, let's say?
I'd say this is actually quite easy. I'd say you'd need to be confident with wire. There's one tiny little woven section in it, that's it. And again, that's optional, you don't have to do that, but it's a nice, easy weave, and it just gives that little extra bit of detail, to be honest.
Yes.
And just be comfortable handling the wire, really. That's the only thing I would say. This is the harder cord wire, so it's actually firmer to use, so it holds its shape really, really well. So as long as you're happy and comfortable using that, then you'll be fine.
So how much have you used in this piece about?
Well, that's what I've got left. It doesn't even look like I've been touched.
It really doesn't.
It really doesn't. And I've cut a few little extra sections off ready for the links. You know, there was a couple of trial and errors, there's a little bit of messing about, what should I do? There's a couple of experiments of something that didn't quite work out, so, you know, and still hasn't dented it.
I see.
So it's just ongoing, really.
It's ongoing.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
And it will go with lots of different colours as well. So if you've got silver or a different colour at home in your stash, you could use the silver 0.4 and then use that with the soft pink, and that would give a really lovely contrast.
That'd
And you know,
be really
likewise
nice.
with the other gauge
The other
as
way
well.
round.
So you could really mix it. It's a nice. It really will go with a lot of colours.
That sounds like a beautiful idea. Now, I just want to let you know. Say that to me again. Sorry, Kirsty. This is limited edition. Oh, right now it's gone to limited. I've only got 23 of these wire bundles left in stock. They're in the beautiful pink tone, 1mm and 0.4, and it is £29.95 for you today. I've only got 23 left in stock, so please get your hands on it now. So whereabouts do we start with this piece?
Well, I'm going to start with the heart, just the focal part, really.
Yeah.
And this is optional as to whether or not you want to have the dangle tassel. You don't have to add that. In fact, if I wanted to take that off, I could easily remove that. It's actually not part of the heart.
I see, yeah.
So you can have it as a sort of multi-look as well.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do to start off with is I'm actually going to start off by using the 1mm wire. So what I need for this is, again, I'm not really a measurer, so I'm going to say probably about a ruler's length, probably about half of a metre. Okay, and this is just dependent on how long you want, how large you want your heart to be honest. You could make it quite a full-on statement piece, or you could make it quite small and delicate.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got these lovely, these are coming up, aren't they? So
These brass beads are coming up, and I think it's amazing how perfectly this tone goes with the pink.
Yeah.
It's not something I initially would think, but they go stunningly together, don't they?
See, for me, because I use a lot of copper wires, I've said before, copper wire is one of my favourite colours. I knew that pink would go with it because I know that I've used pink stones with the copper and it really brings the colour out. So I knew that this would be a really lovely, soft and subtle combination, really.
Yeah.
And these are really beautiful beads as well.
They are stunning, aren't
They're
they?
really lovely. So we've got a lovely little selection of beads here, and so you could use any that you wanted, but I actually chose a nice flat sort of marquise kind of shaped ones because I thought it would go nice with the design. I didn't want the heart to be too sort of bulky.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to remove them with my pliers because they just get in a mess otherwise. It's a little top tip. Use your pliers to take them out, unless you want to spill them and get them everywhere, which is what I do.
Yeah, me too.
So I've just got 4 of them out. I did use 4, didn't I? Yeah. And these are, in here there's some sort of thinner ones and there's some slightly fatter ones. So I've gone for the actually sort of fatter looking ones, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I picked one of the thinner ones out, you'll be able to see.
You can see the difference.
You can see the difference,
If
can't
you lay
you?
them both down, that's it, you can see, can't you?
So it's quite a difference, really.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter which ones you choose, I just chose to use them. And pop them back. I'm going to start off by doing a spiral. Now this wire's got a nice natural curve anyway.
Yeah.
And being, again, that firmer wire, it's going to hold that shape quite nicely.
Yeah.
So as I always say, go with the sort of curve of the wire because your design will look a lot more fluid.
Yes, if you work with it.
Yeah, if you go against it, it's going to be harder. If I tried to do this in a different direction, it's fighting me, and it's just nicer to go with it.
Yeah.
So I'm just put my pliers right in at the end, and I'm just going to do a tiny little curl.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to just spiral it around again. I want it to be quite an open spiral, just because I think I'm only doing this really to hold the beads on, but also it just gives that sort of heart shape. And if you want to pull it around a little bit, you can just take your pliers and just pull that spiral around, and that will just give it that more of a sort of heart shape.
I see.
So you can see the wires already sort of going in that direction. And I'll pop on the beads.
Now the holding those is actually huge, isn't it?
Yeah. All of these beads go on the 1mm wire. Lovely.
That's great. Because you're going through that 1mm and it's still got loads of space in there.
It's got lots of movement, so
That's
it's not,
great.
which is good because you don't want it to take the colour off the wire. If you put something on and it's too tight, it's going to scrape all the colour off. So you want to try and avoid that, really.
Brilliant. So these do it perfectly.
So I've just pushed them up there. Lay that down to be able to see it a bit better. So this is just a matter of, again, preference. So manipulate it round, and you can push these right up and round if you want. You can get sort of almost round that curve as well, and really sort of bring it to be part of the design. So got it like that, okay? And then taking your pliers, my sort of flat nose pliers, just going to put them quite close. Actually, wrong pliers. I'm going to put my round nose pliers in. I'm actually holding the beads in position, so I know that's going to be, they're not going to move about too much. I want a tiny little bit of movement, so I'm actually going to give them probably about half of a centimetre. You can see that little gap there?
Yeah.
And that's just because when I wrap the wire, I want to be able to go through the beads. So I want to be able to have a little bit of movement.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is bring this wire and pull it all the way around. Take my pliers out and reposition them, and bring it all the way around to create that little loop. If I just put that back down, you'll see it's still got that sort of natural shape. The wire's going back in the direction I want it to go in. Now that little loop is optional, but if you want to add the tassel, that's where we attach the tassel to.
So if you didn't want to...
If you didn't want to, all you'd have to do is pop your pliers in.
Yeah.
So you're at that point and that had beads on. All I would have to do is literally put my pliers, my flat nose pliers, and just curve it up.
So it was...
And then that would lock those beads into place. They'd have that little bit of movement.
Yeah.
But then that wire would just come straight up.
I see, perfect.
So if you didn't want to have that little tassel, or you didn't want that little loop, that's
Yeah.
what you'd need to do.
Brilliant.
Okay. Then, just going to gently form this round with my hand. So I'm just going to bring it round. Sort of, I tend to go a lot by eye. So I can sort of get an idea of how I want this to look. So if I'm looking at it like that, you can see it's starting to sort of form. And then I'm going to cut it. So I've just cut it level with the beads. Again, this is something that I tend to do a lot by eye of. And then I'm going to spiral to finish this off.
Okay.
Okay. Oop, I did forget one thing, so I do apologise. Again, just here. And it's fine if you do get this far and realise you forgot. I'm just going to, again, pop my pliers in and just form another little loop, and that's the loop it's going to hang from.
I see.
Okay. So if you do get that far and you think, oh, I forgot to put that loop in,
don't worry.
It doesn't matter, you can still add it in quickly. And again, I'm just going to finish with another little spiral here. And then you can play about with it, and you've got a rough sort of little heart shape.
Yes.
Okay, so now what I want to do is create the decorating bit, and also to create that weave.
Weave section.
So I've got too much wire there, but this will come in handy later on, because when we make the links, I'll be able to use that for cutting up to make the links. So it doesn't matter that I've got too much, but I'd rather be able to cut that off than get to that point. I think
not got enough space.
Quite got enough.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cut another length off again. I want this to be a bit of a longer length again, because it's going to be going, it's going to be starting at the top of these, it's going to be going around these beads,
yeah,
and then back up here. Okay, so that's why we need to have that, we need to have it to be a little bit longer.
The extra.
So again, probably about half of a metre. This is a little bit tricky because this is quite a hard wire.
Yes.
That's the only reason it's a little bit tricky. So I'm just going to leave a tiny little tail to hold on to, and I'm just going to just anchor that on. Okay, so if you can see that, just anchored it on. There. Okay, and now I'm going to just, I've got what will be the front. My wire's going across. So I just want it to go across that bead. I do know my hand's a little bit in the way, but I need to hold the wire down. But you can see there, that's just one, it's just been wrapped across. And now my wire's in position again. All I've done is gone across and under to bring it back here. So if I can show you that, yeah. And then again, the same on this side. I'm going to do that. So it's just brought up and around. I'm not wrapping completely around, I'm just anchoring it back up around here. And then around here. So that's one half.
Yeah.
That's now been decorated. So
I can see.
You can see that. Okay. And
or
I
it's
will.
Just cork.
Yeah, it's just spiraled around in
it,
effect.
isn't it?
Yeah. And then you can just trim. So this little tail that I've got here,
The one you were holding on to?
the one I started off with initially, yeah, I'm just going to trim that quite close to the top, and you'll see I've got like a little sharp edge. I need to get rid of that, so I'm going to take my flat nose pliers, and I'll see if I can get this into it. I just need to position my plier on. You can manipulate it a little bit, so I've just pushed it along with my pliers just to make it straight because it was going at a slight angle.
Yeah.
And now I'm just going to just gently almost crimp that in, and that's then going to make a nice, it'll blend into the design, and it's nice and flat, and it's not sharp in any way.
I can see, yeah.
Okay. So now if you can see here, this wire here is what's going to give the section to do the weaving.
Weaving, yeah.
And what I'm going to do is just bring it up to here and wrap once around my little loop that's going to be where it all hangs from. Okay. So that's just secured now. So just wrapped it all the way around.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm just going to bring it to the front, cut a tiny bit off. So if you see there, I've just cut a little bit off. And now that's going across. What I'm going to do is just form another little loop with that that's going to sit in front of there. So that'll almost be like a double loop, but it will blend into the design and it will finish that end off.
I see.
Okay, so just trim it how you think you might need to trim it. And all I'm going to do is really just pop my pliers in. Sorry. If you see there, that's just going to go over the...
So you did literally just loop it, you didn't have a spare tail there, did you?
No, it's almost like just when you do your own eye pins.
Yes.
You just roll it over exactly the same way, and you'll see that from the front that looks like it's
just the one.
Yeah, just the one.
But you've got double security.
But you've got double security, and then from the back, but it just blends it all into the same design then.
Yeah.
So if that's the back, so you don't actually see any of that wire work.
No.
And if I turn it around to the front, it's just a little bit more blended in.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. And again, just make sure you're happy with your shape. And it, you know, when you're working with this, you may have pulled it out slightly.
Yeah.
So just have a little tweak about, make sure you're happy with how it's going. So just tweak that around, bring it back into a shape. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a smaller one, but that's okay. I think it's still sweet. So then what I want to do is, because this is going to be hanging like this at an angle, I want this needs to just be encouraged around a tiny little bit. So just popping your pliers in, just bring the loop, just literally pulling it. So that when I do that, it's more in line with the loop.
Good tip.
Otherwise it's going to be slightly off. So you just need to just bring it to just be a little bit more in line, almost just sort of bringing it round to the side a little bit. Okay, and then that will be how it will hang like that.
I see.
Okay, so now we'll do the weaving with the 0.4 wire.
Wonderful. Just want to let you know that I'm into my teens on figures wise with this. It's £29.95, and we have got the matrix box coming up for you in a moment or two. So do get your hands on this wire bundle, the 2 wires, 200 meters in total, 0.4 and 1 mil. Get your hands on this beautiful pink wire whilst you can, because I'm into my teens figures wise on this, and it's one of those, once it's gone, and you can buy them separately on the website, but it will be higher in price, so treat yourself while you can, and I'll bring you this matrix box really, really soon.
All right, okay, so I'm going to cut probably about 1 meter of the 0.4 off. I'm actually going to cut this wire off because the difference to this weaving to the weaving that I normally do is whenever I normally weave, I've got open areas, so I'm able to put the wire on, work from the reel, and I'll have the open space to work from. But because this is actually closed off, I'm going to have to thread the wire through. Okay. So I need it to be cut off the reel.
Right, yep.
Okay.
So now, of course, there is a chance that this might kink, isn't there?
Yeah.
Because you're weaving through.
Yeah, which is when you would use your nylon pliers.
Which I have coming up for you. We've got them back in stock, nylon pliers.
I always say whenever you use anything like the nylon pliers, what can happen when you, especially when you do use 0.4 wire, is it will kink, it will do a little kink like this without you realising.
Yes.
Okay, and it's a tiny, tiny little loop.
It's really
tiny, and if you really pull it, it just really goes, and it's so, that now looks like it's just twisted. So what a lot of time you do is you get the pliers and then you try to run that, and that's when you'll snap the wire.
Yeah.
So you do need to just untwist. It's really easy to do, just untwist it, but then I've still got like that little bit in the wire, which is when I would then use the pliers to just straighten it out. And we haven't got any at the moment, but what I would do is just crimp them like that and then just run it along. So just flatten it slightly first, because you want to reduce as much damage to the wire as you can.
Yeah.
So and if you're using a thicker wire and it's bumping like that, flatten it with your pliers, and then run it across. Okay.
Because there's nothing worse, and I imagine, especially in this type of design, the kinking possibilities are higher.
Well, yeah, definitely, because obviously it's going in and out and in and out.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, you have got to be careful. So what I'm going to do is, again, this little loop is handy to have because it's good for anchoring the wire on. However, if you've chosen not to, you would just anchor it around this little V part here.
Yeah.
Okay. But what I'm going to do is just thread through that little loop, and that'll give me leave a tail for me to actually hold when I'm working. That's just going to be held against the actual piece itself. This is a weave I do all the time. I always show it on here, but it's one of the most effective weaves. You don't have to do this, but I feel when you've got an open space like that, it's nice. You can vary it up a little bit as well if you want. If you want to do sort of, instead of going the way I'm going to do it, you could put 3 or 4 wraps in and get quite a crisscrossy look.
Yeah.
So I often find is I'm going to actually almost fold, push the wire and let it fold its way through that gap, and then pull it through. And you can see now why it needed to be cut off. And so I'm just folding it like that and then pulling it through and pull it to that side, and then I'm going to come over to the other side. And again, you're going to just fold the wire through that little gap once, and then bring it back around again and back up through the gap again. And this is what happens.
Yeah.
So you can see there, it's a perfect example of what will happen is it will try and catch. You know, if this happens, you can see I'm pulling this wire and it's not budged then, but you do need to be a bit careful with it, and then that will result in a little hiccup in the wire, which is just there, and that's just where it got caught on that. So you do have to be a bit careful. You know, when it is 0.4, even running my hands along, we'll get most of it flat, but you know, if you can use your pliers, then use them.
They're coming up for you really, really soon, in the next hour or so.
So again, I'm just going to continue. So I'm going to go around this side and just taking that time. What you'll find it'll do is it's catching here.
Yes.
And it's just where that wire, that little bit of wire crosses here is where it's catching. So it's just about going a little bit careful. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this one a little bit different. So on that one, I just went round once, back around through the middle, over to the other side, which is what we do a lot of the time. On this one, I'll chop it up and I'll go sort of 5 times. Well, I'll go 3 times. So I'll go 1, 2, 3. And every time I'm pulling that wire to make sure it is nice and close, that the coils are sat nice and close to each other.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go over to the other side, fold it up through the middle, 1, just push it, 2, this is where it gets a bit, and then 3. And then the design on this one will be a more of a sort of open. You'll really see the crosses on this, the sort of going across. So if I say 1, and every time you notice I'm just folding it up through that gap. 2.
And is that to save on kinking?
It's just easier.
Is it?
It's just easier, because if I was to try and find the end, and if you see now my wire's springing, so I'm trying to find the end.
It's tricky.
And now I've got the end through, and I've got to carefully make sure it doesn't spring.
And you could tangle it easier that way.
Yeah, but by doing this, I'm keeping this bit nice and straight as well, popping it up, and that just goes through a lot quicker.
So essentially it's a figure of 8, but when you're coming to the loops on the figure of 8, you're going around the loop 3 times.
Yeah, on this one. On that one I just went round a figure of 8 with an extra wrap.
I see.
So it's just about, you can play about with this little section and make it as decorative as you want, really. If you had some really small little seed beads, you could sew some little seed beads into it, you know, you could add little beads into it. This little bit, it's just for fun, really. Yeah. It doesn't affect the structure of it, it's just filling in the gap. So if you can see there, on that one, it's gone a little bit more open. The gaps, there's more of a gap, and as it goes into the wider bit, they'll become more noticeable.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is imagine that we've done that all the way up there.
Okay.
You could even just do that, that's quite cute.
It's actually quite nice, I like that.
Completely fluky. There you go, let's see. Yeah. That was totally intentional.
Of course.
That's done by wrapping the wire around to get to the top. And then all I did when I got to this top bit here, just for a little bit different, I'm just going to flatten that a tiny little bit. So just flatten those two wires together, and all I'm doing is wrapping this whole section now, wrapping completely around it. What I'm doing is I'm holding the wire quite tight with my hand and just controlling that wire to go around that sort of bend. It's a little tiny bit tricky because of these little spirals, and it likes to get itself hooked into it, so you just want to dodge that. Because this wire is quite strong, you could pull that out of shape and then continue to wrap. So you can see how that kind of looks, and because the wires are crossed over, it gives that kind of spiral effect. So it actually looks like it's spiraling round.
It does actually, yeah.
So I actually wanted it to look like that because I thought it gives a bit more depth to it as well. So you just, and again, just taking that time to make sure it sits nice and next to each other, wrap it around. When you find yourself at this little loopy bit here, wrap it around once, trim off your wire, and because I always like to sort of make sure you can anchor off on a single wire, I've got this wire here. I'm actually just going to use that to sort of wrap once to twice. Now that's the front to me, and the wire's at the front, so I'm going to just snip it there.
And it's twice enough to hold that in place?
Yeah, it's only because it's gone all the way up there, it's wrapped around there, and now it's wrapped around there, so it's not going to go anywhere. Just wrapped around twice, and just take your pliers, just give it a little crimp. Squeeze. And that's then gone out, that's now been sort of hidden out of the way. Yeah. And this wire that you had down here, that you initially used to anchor the wire onto, just go once around there, and again try to bring that wire to the front of the pendant, because if an edge does happen to come up, it's going to be on the front and not the back. Just trim that, and that will be, and then you can just reposition it, and that's the actual heart part itself. Quite like that little.
I like that little zigzag detail.
Nice. Again, happy accident.
Love
These
that.
things happen. So that's the actual heart itself, and with that you can do anything with that. You could have it just simple on a chain. Obviously, you have these lovely charms, these lovely beads. So I wanted to sort of give it a bit of something extra.
Something extra. Just before you move on to the next bit, I just want to reiterate to people at home, I am in double figures, but I'm out of the teens on this price for the two wires at the moment. It's your pink wire that we're working with, which I think for this Valentine's Day design works just perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah, what I love about this pink is it's a lovely soft pink.
It really is.
You know, because we've all got colours that suit us. You could wear a nice bright pink and it would suit you, but for me it would not look nice.
No.
But just because it would clash against me.
Yeah.
But I think this is the kind of pink that anybody could wear because it's soft.
Yeah.
It would go with most skin tones. I can't think it, you know, it's just going to go with everything, and it goes with so many stones and colours.
It is beautiful. It's a really stunning pink, and it goes perfectly with this that I'm giving you the chance to own right now. It is your matrix box with the beads that we've been working with here. Now you'll see in here that we've got 8 different compartments, all with different shapes. You've got your marquise shapes in the larger size and in the thinner size. I'll show you this one that that Laura's been using. You've got in here as well your puffy ovals. You've got these beautiful hearts. Have you used these on your design?
Yeah, that's the other reason I couldn't not do something Valentine. Yeah, see now I used to pliers.
Oh no, I can't.
Oh, come here.
No, it's all right. I've got it. How lovely.
I just
little heart-shaped beads. You can see that the drill hole in these, the hole itself is absolutely huge too. So this is your matrix collection. It's your rose gold flash, and it's all e-coated. If you're new to us, you're not sure what e-coating is, it's basically a coating that if you have got sensitive skin, you don't have to be worried about this because it's hypoallergenic.
Yeah.
So these are copper brushed beads. You're getting approximately 49 in total, 8 different styles in these 8 different boxes, and of course you have the storage box as well. Oh, so useful for once you've finished with all these goodies. Let's take a look at your price on this today, shall we? £9.95 is all you're going to be paying for 49 of these beads. And I'm just having a look at how many you've used. You've
This was
you've
the one
got
I
your
used.
box.
Yeah.
And you've still got so many
But
left.
there's also some that I used in a different design that I actually didn't go ahead with. So there's actually even more that I used.
So you've used this technically for sort of a project and a half,
Yeah.
and you've still got all of these goodies left.
Yeah.
So you could easily, with the wire and the beads, create 2, if not maybe 3 of these pieces.
Gosh, yeah.
Easily.
Definitely, easily. And you know, you could then do something like a nice matching bracelet.
Yeah.
You know, a ring.
Yes.
Earrings. You can
She'll
make
have so many left.
You make a lovely set out of it, you know. So I think it's really lovely, and they're such a lovely soft shade of copper, isn't it? They're not bright.
No.
So yeah.
I think this is the lowest price component I personally have ever brought to a designer inspiration. So it's wonderful that you have the chance to own part of a designer inspiration for under £10, £9.95 today. My producer Kirsty's just made me aware that there is at least 20 of you who have it in your baskets at home online, but you haven't checked out yet. Please, I'm talking to you. Yeah, you. Can you please check out your baskets, because I've got quite a few people on the phone waiting to get their hands on this, and I don't want you to miss out. £9.95 for your matrix box. So we're going to be having a little look now at how to move on to
the tassel.
The tassel.
Yep.
Is that right?
Well, it's all stages now, to be honest.
Yeah.
So what we can do now, this is the excess wire that I cut off from the
pendant.
The pendant. So again, those hearts were lovely, and I had to use them.
Aren't they?
So I've used one, which will be going up here to actually attach. So what you can do is lay it out and have a play about with it. So what I actually did was I had that was going. I knew that heart, being the larger heart, was going to connect the heart to the chain.
Yes.
And I've used again these little marquise ones and some of these little saucer ones just to help decorate and break up the chain. So they've got smaller hearts in here as well.
Oh, I didn't even
know
notice
that.
them.
They're so cute. So I wanted one of the smaller hearts to be as part of the dangle. One of these sort of rice pear drop sort of shape ones.
Yeah, the sort of drops.
And then just any a queen. And again, you can do any that you want. I think I actually did 4 in the end, actually, because there was it didn't look quite right when I finished it. So it's easy enough that when you look at it and you think, does it need something else, you can
just
add to it. It doesn't matter.
That's great.
So you can lay that out and you can sort of think, okay, so now you can see it forming.
Yeah.
Pop them out of the way. So that's going to go for that section. So all I'm going to do is make some little head pins for these to go onto.
Okay.
So I'm going to start off with a little simple spiral, which is just as we started the heart off, a little tiny spiral. This one I want it to be sort of quite a tight spiral, so it's not got the gaps in it.
Yeah.
Use my pliers, just manipulate that around. So when I get to that, just pop my pliers in, and I just push that just to straighten. Now the reason I just pushed that with my hand as opposed to using my pliers, I didn't want to mark the wire, I want to try to reduce any marking on the wire. So just by using my fingers to push the sort of spiral, means that I'm not going to mark the actual wire itself. Any stone to go on this one?
Yeah, let's go for the heart, shall we?
The heart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep a theme.
Keep a theme going. There we go. So that's it. It's really cutely on there.
Doesn't that go perfectly? The
That's
pink with
so
this
cute.
tone is absolutely stunning.
So again, holding it in your hand, just bend that wire back so it's nice and horizontal, coming out straight. Cut about 1 centimetre. I think Debbie a long time ago gave a really good tip for this. If you've got one of the bead trays and you place your wire against it, it's got markings all around the outside for a centimetre, so if you want to make sure they're consistent, you can measure it like that. Obviously I'm not a measurer, but if you are, it's a good little tip. Pop your pliers in, and I'm just rolling that wire over.
Yeah.
And there's a charm. Just one little charm, and if it's a little bit, so see on there you can see it's gone a little bit There you can see it's not quite sat right.
Yeah.
So you just position it properly.
I see.
And get it to sit right, there you go. And then that sits better then. It's little things like that you do want to take the time. So if you notice that, straighten it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want to let you know we're going to put the graphics up now for the wire as well. I think it's going on at the bottom. It is. Your wire is on the bottom of the screen. It was £29.95, so you can still get your hands on that. I'm in low figures, but you've still got a chance to get your hands on it now.
Okay, so the next one I'm going to do is a heart head pin.
Okay.
Because it's cute. So this is, can you find the heart one?
I can find it. That's adorable. Show me how.
So I'm just going to create a tiny little, just almost as if I was about to do an open spiral.
Yeah.
And you want it quite little because obviously it is only going to be a head pin. So it's naturally curving round. Pop your pliers in. You don't want this to be too large, just pop your pliers in. And you can see my pliers there, and all I'm going to do, again using my hand, is just push that wire up, and that's giving me a nice sort of sharp little curve.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to sorry, I will move my hand now. Pop my pliers back in. So they're just like that.
Yeah.
And again, just bring it around so we can see it start, and you can tweak it about a little bit.
Heart.
So now we have a little heart. So now I need to get the head pin part.
Yep.
Pop your pliers in. So if you can see how I'm holding it just on the edge of that sort of wire, this wire here, just on the edge of that wire.
The longest one, yeah.
And I just pull it up.
That is a pair of earrings.
Cute, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, how adorable is that?
There you go. And if you want to hammer it or anything like that, you were using a 1mm wire, so you could hammer it as well. Any stone on this one?
Yeah, go on, let's go for the drop, shall we?
And all I'm going to do, just to show you what I'm doing here, is I'm just actually just straightening it again because it might have crossed over. Just with my pliers, I'm just giving it a little bit of a straighten over, and that just makes it sit nicely as well. Okay, so what one did you say?
Let's go for the coin.
The coin. And you have a little coin.
Oh, that's so cute. That is a pair of earrings. That's so clever.
This is cute.
Isn't that cute?
Again, holding it, push that wire back. Same.
And then create your
and
head
then
pin.
create your head pin. So, and then there's one more I was going to show you.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of like a little triple loop. Can you find a little triple loop?
Like a little clover.
Yeah.
Can you see it? It's at the bottom.
So I want to just add a little bit of interest to it.
See it here?
Okay. So.
Tom's just said it's like, where's Wally?
Okay, so I'm just popping my pliers right at the edge of the wire. Okay, and I'm just going to do a little loop. Okay. Then I'm going to put my pliers, just if I position that like that for you. Okay, and I'm just going to wrap it all the way around, and when you take it off, you've got like that little loop like that.
Yeah.
Put your pliers in again, and just wrap it straight up, middle.
Got a little clover.
Little sort of clover shape. It's just
That's adorable.
a little bit of interest. It just adds a little bit of
like
something.
that.
Any stone?
Yeah, go on, let's do the drop, shall we?
The drop, this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite like the chunky ones.
Yeah, they're nice, aren't they?
Ah.
You've got some sort of feel to them. There we go. And again, exactly the same. Hold it, bend that wire back. Okay, I think that's all I did on the head pins. Do you want to have a check?
Yeah.
And then, I think I just probably did another spiral for the last one.
you did.
Would you like to do a little spiral?
Yeah, go on.
So what I'm going to do now is to actually something for it all to hang on, because I haven't got any chain, and normally when we do tassels we do chain or we do jump rings or something like that. But what I did with this, again, just add a little bit of interest. Pliers in right at the very top, and all I'm going to do is just turn it around to make a little loop. Okay. Then I'm going to just drop it a little bit and spiral for another loop. Move my pliers down a little bit more and spiral for another loop. And then just spiral for another loop. So you've got something looking like that. You can tweak it about and straighten it if you want, and make them a bit larger. And then just finished off with a spiral. just a little spiral sort of like that, something like that. So you've got something looking like that. Let me just use my pliers for you to see a bit better. Okay. I'm going to, you have to miss down.
Top here.
Open that up and attach that to the loop that we made on the bottom of the heart. So you've got it hanging like that. Now you can see if it hangs like that, it's going to hang to the side. So pop your pliers in and just turn the piece and then it will hang flat.
I can see.
And then just attach all of these little jump rings, little charms, to the little loops you made.
That's so cute.
And then I think the reason I added 4 was originally I was going to go for 3, but the spiral was looking a bit empty. Oh, we'll pop him on there like that, and you can just close that up a little bit then if you want. And you just add all of those to the loops.
Yeah.
You know, they would add that one there, and then the one on the other one, and that just balances it out. So that's your actual heart part, really.
Pendant and drop.
Yeah. And then just to attach the heart to the sort of heart, just did normal, make your own little eye pins, so just do a loop and just gently kick it back. So I'll just show you how I did the other end. And this is how I did a lot of the connectors of all of the beads, were all added on exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Being a 1mm wire, sometimes if you use 0.8, I like to wrap just to be extra secure, but you've got to really do something to open these loops up because it's such a strong wire. So that's why I don't mind doing just a simple loop.
Yeah.
Again, pliers, fingers just to push that wire down. Trim. And just bring it around. And that's, and just tweak it, and there you have a nice little link, which you would then use to attach that to that.
To the top drop.
And then I'll just show you quickly how I just did the sort of bar links on them.
Beautiful.
You could put jump rings on them if you wanted it to sit a little bit differently to connect them, and you could make your own jump rings out of this wire.
Yeah.
This one, again, simple, right at the end of the wire, just turn it. But whereas if I had an eye pin, I would put my pliers in and put my thumb in and kick it back.
Yes.
With this, I want it to stay like that. And on the other end, do the same again. And that's all it is.
That's it, and you've done
just
that
lots
all
of
the way
little
up.
links like that, and if you've got a link like that, you just attach it.
I can see just by opening it.
Yeah, and all I did was I put that one to there, and that will go through both those loops.
The loops, yeah.
And then get your next 2 little ones and link them to the heart, and then just do the chain, and it's all just built up. And then on the very back, I just did a really large loop. So to sort of make it continuous looking, went to the wider part of my pliers.
Yeah.
So it was wider on one part, one end, and then the same size on the other. And then that gives you room to put your clasp through.
in.
So it's only just slightly subtle, but when you've got it in a necklace, it makes a difference.
Perfect.
And to just make a little shepherd hook, you just do a tiny little loop.
Yeah.
And then pop your pliers in, bend it over, trim that up a little bit if you want, and pop your pliers in. And you can hammer this if you want. You can hammer the links if you want as well. And there's your little...
That's so simple, isn't it?
I mean, it's just lots of simple things combined together to make something a bit different.
Yeah, I know.
So hopefully I just wanted to show a few different things.
That's wonderful, and thank you. You've done it perfectly. It's stunning design for Valentine's Day, but also all year round, really.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece. Now, I just want to let you know, to create this look, you will need 2 of our bundles. The first bundle is the one you can see at the bottom of your screen. It is our pink coloured copper wire duo, £29.95. It was XUGC03 is the code on that. £29.95 for 200 metres in total, 100 of your 1mm and 100 of your 0.4. I'm down into just double figures, but only just on that. This matrix box has been ridiculously popular. I'm not surprised at the price. We're bringing it to you, and for the finishing touch, it really does give. £9.95 is all you're going to be paying for this matrix box. I've got way over half my stock gone on this now, absolutely way over. So please do treat yourself to it right at this moment in time. It's less than a tenner. And it goes perfectly with this colourway, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's because it's such a lovely soft, because it's brushed.
Yeah.
It's really soft and subtle.
Yeah.
And just to show you, you know these little bars that we made?
Yeah, for the next section. Yeah.
If you pop your pliers into the middle
Okay.
and push them,
Yeah.
and spiral them around a little bit more, you have little hearts.
Oh.
I'm just going to do that. You would do the spiral bit better, but you can bend it in the middle and you can have little hearts, and you could have little hearts hanging off of earrings.
Oh, that's
so
a
if you
really
had
nice
something,
idea.
you know, I'll do a bit of a better one because that was a little bit of a rubbish one. Because this was what I was sat playing about with. I was thinking, heart, I had it in my head. I was like, I'm doing hearts. Don't know how, but I'm doing hearts.
And you did it perfectly.
But you know how we did the eye pin?
Yeah.
So if you did a spiral on one end and then spiraled on the other, only a light spiral, sort of like that. So you've got it. It's like a smiley mouth. Oh, you can tell I got kids, can't you? Nobody else would have said that. And then pop it in the middle and then just bring those ends together. And then you can tweak that end round and that end round. And you can just see how you get that heart shape.
Yeah, I see.
And then you could just hammer that if you wanted.
And then you've got a little something extra.
Yeah. If you did a smaller version, you have one of that hanging from the back, or you could just have that as a little frame with a jump ring and a little stone hanging in the middle.
Or if you looped it, you could have it coming off here, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Coming off from the top of here, as opposed to these two separate sections.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do. So, and like say if you had one of your little hearts and you place that into the middle.
Have it as a little
and look, something, I don't know,
That's
play about with
really
it.
sweet.
But just play about with the shapes. I think when you've got this amount of wire, you can really play about and sort of mess about with some ideas. And if it goes a bit wrong, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter,
Put it
you've
to
got
one
loads
side
left.
and expand on it, yeah.
Yeah, because you've got loads left. Now, I did say we were going to have Q&A with Laura Binding, and of course we are. We've got a few texts in now. We haven't got time for all of them, however, we will be coming back to you in a little bit to ask you plenty more.
Okay.
So let's take a look at these. Hi to you all at JM. Woo! Very nice heart pendant. Would it be possible to make it using 0.8 wire from Lynn? Thank you for sending that in, Lynn.
Yeah, it would. It'd be fine to make it. Just you have to be a little bit careful when you do the weaving section, just because that 0.8 can be a little bit more flexible. But yeah, you could totally do it with a 0.8 wire.
Brilliant.
And maybe lightly hammer it for a little, just to give it a little bit of more strength.
Yeah.
But yes, totally. And don't hammer the cross wires though. Because you
tip.
just hammer around bits before you add the beads. Just hammer that little section, add the beads, and you know, just hammer the bare wire. But it would be fine, yeah.
Because it will weaken it if you do it at the cross.
Yeah, if you've got wraps or crosses, yeah, it can weaken it and cause it to snap.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you for sending that in, Lynn. Let's have a look at another one. This one says, Kirsty's reading these to me in my ear today. Hi, Becky and Laura. Really enjoying the inspiration today. Loving it. From Debbie Pepper in Salisbury. Thank you very much for sending that in, Debbie. I know, isn't it a beautiful design? It is wonderful. It's a bit of an ageless design as well, isn't it?
It's just something a bit different, and to show you don't have to do complex designs to get a really lovely design.
Completely agree with that. So thank you very much, Debbie. That's a really lovely message. It's good to put a smile on a face on a Monday, isn't it? This one says, hi all, loving the show. Tucked up in bed. Oh no. I have a question for Laura. Say that to make a rosary chain, what is the best gauge wire? Thanks, from Maria.
Probably 0.6 because it's still strong, but it's very easy to do those wraps. You know, so the whole point is, whereas I was saying with this wire, I don't need to wrap that wire around.
It's strong enough.
Yeah, but what I would do is exactly the same as we did here, but just wrap a couple more times around. And the way to do that is when you've put your stone on, pop your pliers in, then bend the wire over. And then when you take your pliers out, you'll have the depth of your pliers as a little tiny gap.
Yes.
And then when you wrap that wire around, it's got something to It's to fill.
To fill onto.
If when I did that, I just pushed it straight flat against the bead.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do a wrapped one, just pop your pliers in and then do it. But yeah, I would say 0.6 or 0.8. I definitely wouldn't do it with a 1 mil, not with this one, because it's too hard.
Too much, too much. Okay, thank you for sending that in for us. I have another one here. It says, hi Laura, would it be possible to give us a quick demo on how the wire weave, which is the zigzag effect, please, many thanks, from Sharon. We think we mean this.
I think I know which.
Do we mean this one?
Do you mean that one? Because that was just wrapped. Or do you mean the actual couple of, can you ask, sorry, who was it? Sharon. Sharon, do you mean where you've got a couple of pieces of wire and we actually weave the wire up and back down to create a step effect, or do you mean that? So if you just
Kirsty says she reckons it's the zigzag on this.
That, if it's a zigzag on that, I literally just wrapped it up like that because I was trying to bring the wire from there to there. So I was trying to bring the wire from down here and all the way up here. I was cheating and it just ended up looking really pretty.
But if it is a different one than that, Sharon, do text us in. We'll be able to show you a little quick demo, won't we? But that one was literally just...
Yeah, it was just a fluke. It just went...
Pulled it. It was that simple. Thank you for sending that in. This one says, what a brilliant demo by Laura. She's got an exceptional talent for explaining what she's doing.
Oh, thank you. Bless you.
At the right pace for us to follow. And that's from Lillian.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you
Is she part of your family?
She's so mean to me.
No, I don't mean it. No,
and I make you rings and everything.
You're cracking at demos. You're so good at it. You are fab.
Thank you.
I've got one more coming in for you right now that we can just squeeze in. This one says, hi ladies. Can you please tell me how to join gizmo coils together to make a necklace length? Thank you very much, from Elaine.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways of doing this. I know that Rachel, probably nearly a year ago now, actually had sort of 2 gizmos here, and then just a special extra long rod that I think she had made, and she was able to just do a really long one. If you don't have that, all I tend to do is just do it as long as I can and then cut it and then just try to almost slot the cuts of the coils together, if that makes sense, because you've got 2 coils, so you're going to have it cut. So if you've got jump rings, okay, and you cut, so if I was to do this, I've got that cut part there.
So I'm pretending that's a gizmo length.
Yeah, so if that was a gizmo length, you'd have that little tiny cut bit there, because it's ultimately going to be cut somewhere. Yeah. So all I would do is try and get the 2 cut ends to meet, if you see what I mean, twist them so they sit. So if I had another one.
Oh, yes, I do see what you mean.
You see what I mean? Oh, that went totally wrong. But, so you've got your 2 sort of like that. So you would want, when you put them on, to try and get them to sit like that, if that makes sense.
Let's have a look. Could you see that?
You kind of see that. So that there's the ends there, and when they're cut, they kind of just lock like that, and that's probably about the best. Yeah, the only way really. Or put beads in the middle of them.
Brilliant.
And what I do sometimes is just get a little pretty bead, like a spacer bead, like one of these.
Yeah.
Keep a little tail of your gizmo.
Yeah.
So when you cut it, keep a tail, pop it on, just wrap that tail over your bead, just wrap it around, tiny little cut there, and then do the same with the other end, and you'll get like a cross over your bead, which can be decorative or you can put it behind, but both of your coils will be linked.
That's really good.
If that makes sense, because it is a tricky one with the necklaces, unless you have got an extra long.
You're sort of trying to go pinch them in together.
Yeah, just if you are going to do it, just kind of get those 2 little cut ends to kind of sit next to each other, or pop a bead in, get a tail.
Perfect.
Just wrap it.
Perfect. Sharon has got back to us. We will answer your question after this break because it's coming in a moment. Sharon's got back to us about that wrap. Sharon, stay where you are, because after the break we will come to you and let you know. After this break, I have the brand new tool, the tool you've all been waiting for, and it's all under £10. I'll see you then.
Join Jewellery Maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
It's the Wirework for Beginners course that I'm on today with Louise. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. It's been a wonderful course, starting from very basics. Every question that we had for Louise, she's answered, and it's been a marvellous education in learning to do things with wirework.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Gripping the end of the wire with your round nose pliers, make a small loop. Then, taking your flat nose pliers, place the loop in the jaw of the pliers and press down. Slowly bring your wire round in a half circle motion. You'll need to do this bit by bit and tease the wire into place. You may need to keep adjusting your pliers. Repeat the process until you have your desired effect.
If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Thank you for joining us. My name is Becky and I will be your presenter for this afternoon, and our guest designer for the afternoon is the wonderful Laura Binding. I'm setting you your challenge in a bit.
Ooh, exciting.
It's really exciting.
I know.
It's really good. Now, I'm in your under £10 hour and I've got those two things that you've all been waiting for coming up in this hour. Number one, you've been waiting and waiting for these. I know that when I've had guest designers on for the last month or so and they've used these, people have messaged in, where can I find them on the website? And you couldn't because we'd run out entirely. We've got them back in for you today. Nylon jaw pliers. They're coming up for you in this hour, as well as our brand spanking new, sparkly, fresh out of the box. It's a brand new tool. We'll be showing you exactly how to use this. It's your crinkler tool. Crinkler tool. We'll show you exactly the effects this produces and exactly how to use it coming up soon as well. These are all in your under £10 hour. Now, challenge. I've got your challenge here, Laura Binding. You excited?
I am excited.
I can tell you are.
Yeah.
I've got your matrix box here. Now, not often we give you a matrix box as a challenge, is it?
No, I think I've had it once. I've had a matrix box once.
And that's it?
That's it, yeah.
Well, we're going to set you it again today.
Yeah.
Take a look at this matrix box for me. It's all the same gemstone. This is, of course, your beautiful rainbow moonstone. I'm going to get some of these out for you. Can you see already the lunar schiller coming across them? Now, I'll get some of these out for you now to have a little nosy at. You've got in here 8 different shapes. That's what the different compartments are for. You've got your beautiful flattened drops, top drilled. You've also got, oh look at this, some stunning shiller off all of these. You see it in the bottom corner. You've got your plain drops. You've got in here these beautiful faceted rectangles. You've got some cubes, you've got these faceted rice beads as well. The shiller on them are something truly spectacular. And you've got these small, almost faceted rondelles. You've got 8 different shapes. Each of them in here is faceted as far as I can see. Oh, look at this huge one as well. Whoa, what is this? Oh my goodness, this is a ring. Sure. Nudge, nudge.
I was going to say, is that a ring or a request?
Ring, request, same thing when it comes to me.
Demand, really, isn't it, for you?
No, because I say it with a smile. So you've got in here 8 of your different shapes. Now, I just want to highlight a few things if you've not seen a matrix box before. The matrix boxes are our highest end of gemstones. What we do is we purposely source and search out these gemstones for you. Now, of course, we always bring you quality. Obviously, we always bring you genuine. However, in certain gemstones, you'll know that we look for certain things. So, for example, in this case, in Rainbow Moonstone's case, what we look for is a beautiful, perfect shiller. When we say shiller, we mean almost this lunar-like effect you're getting across the surface of this. You can see as I'm moving it, the shiller just catching your eye. Now, we look for this in high-grade Rainbow Moonstone. The amount of shiller when it comes to Moonstone very much determines the price and how luxurious the gemstone itself is. These are specifically sourced for that reason, because they give exceptional shiller. Therefore, they're the highest quality we can possibly bring to you. If this was on a strand, it would be classed as a Gems of Distinction strand. That's how far it is up there, or a collector's choice strand. That's how far up it would be there in quality terms. Now, you might also be thinking, well, why don't I just get myself a strand of Gems of Distinction Moonstone? The reason being, there is no strand, Gems of Distinction or Collector's Choice, or in fact anything that I can think of, where you could get in one strand 8 completely different faceted cuts. In no other strand can you get that. So you're getting here versatility like no other, but you're also getting serious quality. Your launch price on these was £21.95, which goes to show you the serious quality we're talking about here. That's a wonderful price, £21.95. However, it's challenge Laura, we're going to give you a fab price. £13.95. That is matching the lowest price it has ever been. £13.95. This is serious quality. This is truly the most versatile format in which you can get this higher grade of beautiful Rainbow Moonstone. Now, I say this when we talk about shiller in this, and of course the sister of this gemstone, which is your labradorite. What we say with that is the lighting in this studio is slightly harsh, and let's just say it doesn't do the gemstone and this shiller justice. Trust me, when you get home and you take a little look at these, you will be able to see so many beautiful tones, stunning shiller running across these, because at the end of the day, it's your highest grade of Rainbow Moonstone we can possibly offer to you. Versatility and luxury of the highest form for just £13.95. Now, I've got a lot of people, Kirsty's telling me, who have got this in their basket. It's no good there really, because if it's in your basket, that just means that you're showing an interest. It's not until you actually click to check out that it's guaranteed to be yours. Check out as many times you want. For one price, £2.95. That's all you're going to be paying until midnight tonight. Please do check out, because I've got plenty of people on the phone. If you are on the phone, do not worry yourself. We will be with you. You're answered in order. We'll be with you as soon as possible. So please do check out, because people can whip it away. Now, if you're new to us and you're wondering what a challenge is, what we'll do now and again is we challenge our guest designers. And what we'll do is we'll give them a goodie like this beautiful matrix box, and then we'll say to them they are allowed to use anything in the back drawers. Now, in the back drawers, there's loads of little bits of wire cut off of things, random little jewels and gems that we have. Possibly like a messy craft cupboard at home, certainly like mine. We say that they can use anything they want out of that, but this has to focus in every single piece. It's £13.95. I'm going to hand this to you now, lovely lady. You can come and whip these off me. Can you just have a look at them and just give people at home an idea of how much shimmer and tone you're seeing from these? Because I think these lights sort of dull it a little.
Yeah, you can see flashes of blue, can't you?
Yeah.
Straight away, just by looking. I don't know if you'll be able to catch that on that one, because
up,
as soon as I open
above.
it, yeah, can you see it from up above?
I wonder. Let's have a little look up above. We'll have a little look, because it is a beautiful, it's serious blue tones, isn't it?
Yeah, I can just see here, especially with these little rondels, and here there's one that's really got a lot of flash to it.
It's really tricky to see under these lights, but do trust us, it's
Can you see? That's a really, ooh, hello.
Whack of colour.
Can you see? I don't know if you can see on, oh, it's a little onion cut one. I don't know if you can see on that one, if we can catch that one at all.
Look how excited you are. Oh, it's a little onion cut.
Little onion cut one. You really
is tricky to get the shiller in this light, isn't it?
It really is difficult. It's really got a lovely sort of blue shiller to it. It's one of those where you're just going to have to trust us.
Yeah, you are just going to have to trust us, seriously. It's a wonderful price, should have been. Originally it was 22 quid. It's £13.95 for you today, lowest ever price. Right, it's under £10 hour. So let's hit the ground running, shall we? Where are we heading to? Okay. This is your Mystic Rose Quartz. Going to be under £10, you know that already. Now, Mystic is a coating that we have placed on this gemstone. If you're new to jewellery making and you think, why are they coating gemstones? It's not a paint, and you'll be able to see exactly with this. You can tell it's not a paint because you still have the transparency. See as I run my finger? You can see my finger behind it. You've still got the transparency there. However, it's a mystic coating on it, which means you get these little bubble-like effect, this rainbow-like tone on each of them. It's just giving you something that Mother Nature doesn't bring to you. It's beautifying the gemstone, but still giving you this wonderful, luxurious colouring. It's 8mm, 180 carats. Let's take a look at your price on this. £5.95, that's all you're going to be paying for this. And it's a really lengthy strand, take a look. It's really lengthy, and you know when you're doing the washing up and you get the bubbles and they get the cascade of light over them with these rainbow light tones? That's what this mystic coating does. It gives you these bubble-like effects, but you're also getting the really delicate pink tones coming through from the beautiful rose quartz. This is yours today for just £5.95. It's a really usable size. I know that you love 8mm at home. It's one of the most loved sizes of gemstones. I would say that if you're new to Jewellery Maker, you're joining us today for the first time. Hello, welcome. What a cracking day to join us. You might not understand why we're so excited about our brand new tool and haven't seen in ages nylon jaw, but we'll talk you through later and you'll be excited too. If you are new to jewellery making and you're thinking, well, I've no idea what gems to work with, what wire, what is beading thread, don't worry, we'll talk you through everything, but just let it be known that 8mm for a lot of jewellery makers is kind of your go-to basis size of gemstone. It's really workable and it's a beautiful gem. £5.95 for your Mystic Rose Quartz today. Let's do you some wire, shall we? Now, if you're new to jewellery making, when we're talking about your gauge of wire, we're meaning the thickness and the core. This is your 125. That means it's 1 mil 25. Oh, I did 125. Well, I can't see a silver. Oh no, I can switch it. Let's do 125. This is your second to thickest gauge that we bring you. We have got 1.5 coming up for you in a little bit. This is really new to us, to be honest. We've not had it that long at all, a few months max. It's silver plated copper wire, 10 meters worth. You guys at home asked for this. You asked us over and over a while ago to get our hands on the thicker gauge wire, and we did it for you. We brought you this, perfect for hammering, great for structural. Although it is 125, you can see this little kick out here. That's your 125. It's strong. It's seriously strong. If you make something out of this, you don't have to be worried that once you wear it once it's going to bend out of shape. You really don't, because of the strength of it. However, do not be alarmed, because it is still malleable. If you have a look at my little kick out for me, you'll see it's straight. I've just taken it off the reel. Really simply, all you have to do, this is with my fingers. I'm kinking it with my fingers. So it's still strong, but it's seriously malleable. 125 mil. Beautiful silver tone here. Now, maybe this is the first time you've seen this on air. Maybe you're thinking, 125, I've worked with the others, but that's a little bit scary. Doesn't need to be at all. Yeah, you've got the strength. Yeah, you've got the serious structure. Perhaps you've been following Alison's makes, and she made that beautiful trinket box, didn't she, with the opening lid? Absolutely stunning. The thicker the gauge you're using, the less likely your piece is to mould out shape. However, it's still so malleable. I can change the shape of this with my fingers. Don't get me wrong, by trade, I'm not particularly a wire worker, although I have been, let's say, bombarding Laura Binding with photographs, haven't I? Yeah. All over Facebook.
It's the only reason you're friends with me, isn't it?
Messaging. It's pretty much the only reason. Messaging her. How do I finish this off, Laura? What do I do now? Yeah. My pliers are stuck. I don't know how to cut it. So you've got the strength. It's still malleable. 10 meters worth. Perfect for hammering. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? £7.95. If you've never used one of your higher gauges, this is truly the time for you to do it. You can hammer this. You know those really beautiful, almost textured vintage pieces that you get? Absolutely perfect for you to use with this. Give it a little bit of a ball point on your beautiful chasing hammer, and you'll work this no problem to give it that really vintage feel. It's strong, it's durable, it's a well-known, beautiful colour, and it's £7.95 for you today. I've got the 125 coming up in a little bit, if you're waiting for that one. Well, this is pretty, isn't it? This is a really beautiful strand. This is your shaded agate, is that right? Yeah. Shaded brown agate. You can tell it's agate because of that beautiful, celestial banding you get within. This is hand faceted, and you've got 30 carats worth of your shaded agate. 32 centimetre strand. Now that is a lengthy strand, isn't it? These are 4 mil. 4 mil are wonderful, just to create little beautiful dainty pieces, but also for me, cracking at covering up any mistakes. You can just weave these in, cover up any of your mistakes. The faceting on here is all completely hand done by our lapidress, and as I swirl it, you'll be able to see that the banding kind of catches your eye at first. Actually, does it? No, I'm taking that back. I'm going to say that the sparkle catches your eye first. And then, as your eye is drawn in, that's when this banding really comes into its own, isn't it? Sparkle first, banding later. Personally, for me, when I'm creating pieces of jewellery, I like to have a double whammy there of something. That's why I adore opal so much, because I think you have a double whammy of its initial beauty, but then every time you look at it, it's giving you something extra. And that's what you're getting with this. You're drawn in by the sparkle, and then your eye is caught by the banding. It's a 32 centimetre strand, so it really is a long strand. You're going to get plenty on this. Should we take a look at your price for 30 carats of banded agate today? 4mm faceted rounds for just £4.95. Wow. That's an add it to your order price, isn't it? That might even be a multi-buy for you, because what I would say is when you're getting shaded gemstones like this, you're getting a different colour palette. So if you were to get 2 of these strands, of course every strand wouldn't be the same. You might get more of the citrus burst, you might get more of the saffron colours, you might get more of these beautiful white tones coming through. You really can't be sure. What I can guarantee is if you buy 2 of these strands, they will not be the same by any stretch of the imagination. But what I would say is, by the way that these are flying out the door, you might not be able to get them again. Now is the time to check out if you're online. I know I keep saying it, I understand it must be really annoying for you if you're buying on the phone, but honestly, we get loads of messages in from people who forget to check out their baskets or don't quite do it in time, and we just need to reiterate to everyone that, you know, if you're online, do check out, because it's not yours until you do. £4.95 for 30 carats worth of this today. It's really beautiful. I've got for you some 925 rose gold eye pins. Now you can see 925 instantly, can't you? For me, it's because it's high shine. It's the high shine, it's the luxury look. Got to admit, I'm a bit of a magpie at points, where my eyes sort of drawn to the sparkly and the beautiful, and nothing does that better than 925. 30 of these rose gold eye pins you're going to be getting today, and they're 25mm. They're 25mm. So when we say 25mm, we mean this length here, the length of the post, as it were. So 25mm, that is 2.5 centimetres. This would be stunning with those agate that I've just brought you. 3 of those on here, loop it at the other end, you've got your rosary chain done. Half the work's done for you. Isn't that a beautiful plan? Now, it's 925 sterling silver. If you're new to us, or perhaps you're not really sure what we mean when we say 925, it's the highest quality of silver that we can possibly bring to you. You can't get a higher grade for jewellery making and to make all of your clasps, because it's far too malleable. The higher grades, the Britannia silver, is far too malleable, so it can bend out of shape. We of course don't want you to get them home and your pieces to bend out of shape after one wear, so this really is the highest grade we can bring to you, and it's plated in rose gold, which is this beautiful delicate tone. It's not your flash standard gold that you might think of. It's got more of an almost pinky tone to it, hence the name rose gold. Did you get the copper beads earlier? These would go stunning with those. Should we take a look at your price? 30 of these for just £5.95, and it is 925 sterling silver. Have a little look online, maybe for just 925 studs. Have a look at just the price, because the amount of silver you're getting, even just in 2 of these eye pins, it would be kind of the equivalent to a stud, wouldn't it, with the post in the back. Have a little look. Just refresh yourself the price of silver. Silver is one of those things that goes up, and sometimes it'll drop, and then it'll go up again, and then it'll drop again. At the moment, it's kind of plateaued at the moment. It went high for quite a while, for a year or so, and then it dropped again, and now it's kind of plateaued for a moment. So do get it whilst you can at this price, because silver is one of those things that over the years we've seen it go up and up and up. To get this today for £5.95, it could definitely be a multi-buy option for you. Get these in your beautiful stash, and then you've got them forever. £5.95. I brought you the 125 a moment ago, the wire in the silver. I want to let you know that I've got literally a handful of those left. Please get your hands on those now. But I'm going to bring it to you. If you're not lucky enough to get them, I'm going to bring the same gauge but in our gold colourway now. This is your 125, and it's in the beautiful golden tone. 10 metres worth you're getting in here. Now, usually, we're not actually allowed to put 10 metres on air. Normally, we can put them on air, but only if we're doing them as part of a bundle or part of a kit. Generally, we're not actually allowed to put 10 mil on air. However, Kirsty just said she has because Laura binding's on. So why not? She's a little dancer, that was cool. 10 metres worth you have here. It's going to be the same price as the silver. Let's get that in. £7.95. That's all you're going to be paying today for 10 metres worth. It's 125. It's so strong, but the amount of goodies you can get from this truly can be endless. £7.95 for you today. Ooh. I was hoping you were going to say this. This is a gemstone that people used to believe when you looked at it for a long enough period of time, it would show you pictures from your past. This is your picture jasper. Take a look at it for me. I can understand why people would have thought that, because the tone itself is almost antique. It's almost got that antiquity feel to it in the colour tone, doesn't it? You've got a whopping 380 carats worth. These are your 12 mil rounds. Now, as we're looking at these, the beautiful thing with jasper that many people believe is that it's said to reflect the past, but also said to reflect where it's actually where it's derived from. You've got in here almost, how would I describe it? Almost desert-like tones that you have in here. And you know what I love about this? You know fossil jasper? It has the tones in it that are the same as this, doesn't it? But of course you've not got the fossil-like shapes. Instead, you've got a much bolder effect, haven't you? The imprint itself has got it's more even, it's more level. But because of the darts and tones you have in there, it's strong. 380 carats, and these are 12 mil. Now, jasper is one of those gemstones that I think is safe to say a lot of people have heard of jasper. And for me personally, when selling jewellery, that's a massive benefit, because people will recognise the name, they'll realise it's a genuine gemstone, and that then saves you having to do your patter or your sale, get them into your stall. Just have the name up there and people will notice it and recognise it. This is a whopping strand for you. The length of this is beautiful. It's 12 mil, so your much larger rounds. If I have a look at the hole size, I wonder, you can definitely get a 1 mil through here. Let me have a look. I'd just like to check for you what we can and cannot get through here. Now I can't cut it. Let's have a look. Yep, I can get it through. I can get through 125. I can get through my 1.25 mil wire. Imagine this dropping from that 125. I've just bought you for £7.95, going through as a drop or as a wire wrap bangle in some format. You can get your 125 through this, and of course your lower gauges. Let's take a look at your price. This is a genuine gemstone created by Mother Nature. It's 380 carats worth of a genuine gemstone, and it's just £4.95. It's such a wonderful price for you today. It really is special. £4.95 for you today. 380 carats worth today, 12 mil. Great deal. Stay on the phone for this, because we'll be with you now. The size of these as well, Kirst. Okay. Genuine pearls. Almost this sort of, how would I describe this tone? I know it's described as pink, but it's not quite bubblegum, almost, oh, I don't know. Have a look, you have a look. These are genuine pearls and they're 12 by 10 mil. Aren't they huge? It's almost a blush tone, isn't it? These are 8 by 9 all the way to a whopping 12 by 10 mil. I bet you didn't expect to have pearls in under £10, Howard, did you? Honestly, these are seriously sizable. And can I just point out as well, some of them are so smooth, but then some of them have this stunning, you see this almost candy cane effect. You know, what is it now? What is that program, the Disney? She pricks her finger on the spindle, Sleeping Beauty. It looks like that, doesn't it? You know, that spool of cotton spinning around. It's got some stunning textures in here. Let's bring your price in, shall we? Kirsty, what do you think of that price? She's gone like that. £6.95 for genuine pearls. Wait, hang on, I just had a moment then. Genuine pearls, £6.95. I'm just checking with myself. 12 by 10 mil. I don't think I've ever seen a strand of pearls this large, that low before. I really don't think I have. £6.95. That is exceptional. Hey, this might go nicely with my necklace. Can I put it up to my neckline director, Tom? Is that all right? It might go well with my necklace. What am I talking about? Oh, it's one of them days, guys, I won't lie to you. Might go well as a necklace with my dress. Let's have a little look. Oh yeah, definitely. The great thing with these is you can tell they're genuine pearls. You know, sometimes when you've got the really uniformed, really round pieces, it would be easy, even for people who've worked with jewellery for a long time, to get them confused with, you know, your faux versions. But these, you can tell they're genuine pearls, can't you? And that's something really special. Maybe you could even incorporate these into that first designer inspiration we had with Laura, that beautiful heart.
Yeah, that would be
nice idea.
If you didn't have the copper beads and you used those instead, that would bring a real warmth to it.
Oh, I love that idea. At home, I've got people buying 3 and 4 of these at a time. Not a surprise. Genuine pearls, absolutely huge. 12 by 10. Beautiful blush colour, which I don't think I've seen before because I couldn't even describe it to you initially. For just £6.95. If you're watching right now and perhaps you're just twiddling your fingers thinking, oh, I'll get something like that later, just whilst you're there, have a little look online, please, and remind yourself how much a pearl bracelet is. I bet you can't find a genuine pearl bracelet for £6.95, even a bracelet, and this is enough for a necklace and a bit. Whilst you're getting over that stunning price, let's bring one of your favourites in our star buy. Now, you had this morning the flush cutters, didn't you? And they sold out like that, didn't they? This is going to be the same. We already know that. We've got some more on order of the flush cutters and of these as well already. They are on order. This is truly one of those things, your code is up. Get yourself on the phone right now. You know already it's going to be under £10. People have bought them already. I've got 12 gone already. People have bought these right now, just like that. Seriously, it's time to get yourself on the phone because I'm pre-warning you now. It's going to be under £10, I promise, obviously. It's something we haven't had in for absolutely months. But it's also something that the guest designers are constantly using. always in use, aren't they, Laura?
Yeah, I know. I've always got them in my because I just seen that behind in my wire work class as well when I'm doing the teaching.
Yeah.
Because they're so handy,
Yeah.
and they are essential, especially if you are learning. You just need it, and if you work with coloured wire as well.
They're perfect for that, aren't they? Okay. There's a big queue on the phone. We'll be with you, we really will. I'll talk you through these really quickly. Very quickly. I will get them out if I can. Now, comfort grip. Honestly, seriously, I won't say it again now. This will be my last time for now. Check out your baskets, because there is a queue on the phone of so many that we will sell out. If you haven't checked out, you haven't checked out. So, nylon jaws, very simply here, it's your nylon coating. You'll see they fit absolutely flushly together. You've got your comfort grip handles on here. They have a little bit of squidge to them, but because they have the thicker coating than you might be used to, you can see around here, they are much easier on your hands. They also have your kick back here, which means that you're not forcing them together and then squeezing them apart. You'll be able to see that they ping back into place by their own accord. Again, great if you have dexterity problems, because you don't have to squidge them together and then they get stuck like that and you have to yank them apart. They do it for you. The nylon jaws themselves are essential for if you've got a bit of kinky wire. There is truly nothing more irritating than when you're halfway through a weave and then a little bit of it kinks, because if you do not have these, you can warm it up with the fingers, pull it through, you can try it with your flat noses, but it just does not do the same thing. It will stay kinked, and you can see that kink in your weave, and especially if you're working with coloured wire. We'll know that the coloured wire, of course, it has a coloured coating on it. That's why we're able to bring you all these beautiful tones like the pink we had earlier on. Now, if you're creating a loop with that, of course, you might start it off with your round nose and then finish off a beautiful spiral with your flat nose. But the flat nose, because it's metal on metal, your coating or your colour is likely to come off. So say with that pink earlier, if you overworked that or weren't delicate with it, you'd see this silver tone or the copper tone coming through from underneath. With this, because they're so delicate, you don't actually have that problem. You really will not have that problem because they're so soft and so smooth. If you imagine working metal on metal, you know, you're going to scratch, it's going to kink, it might even bend it, it might even weaken it in a way. With these, you're working, if it was the wire, you'd be working this beautiful soft plastic nylon onto your wire, which is why you're not going to have this issue of, you know, constant kinking. You're not going to have the issue of colour loss. You're not going to have the issue of it bending in one shape and you can't therefore get it out. Now seriously, I want to let you know that I've got a huge quantity of these gone. I've got just over 100 gone already, just over 100. If you want to get your hands on these, I cannot encourage you enough to get on the phone or check out your baskets for these as soon as I bring this price in. What I would say is, if you need them, which I know a lot of you do, this price is going to amaze you. £4.95. You guys at home, you've been asking for these so much. Kirsty told me earlier on that when she got her first pair of these, the nylon pliers, 16, did you say? They were just over £16. They weren't from here, but they were just over £16. These are something that every guest designer that I seem to have had on for the last month or so keeps saying, oh no, I've just done this, I'll get my nylon pliers, and I've had to say, sorry, these aren't available at the moment. And we've had people messaging in, when are they available? They're back in now, but only just now. We have already got some on reorder because we know that these are going to absolutely fly out. Once these are gone, they're gone. We don't know when we're going to get the next order in. We're not totally sure. I've got a good quantity of them for you right now, but already I've got 150 of them gone, which isn't surprising. Laura, what do you love about a nylon jawed plier?
I always call them my wire straighteners.
Yeah.
And that's just habit, because when I first started doing wire work, that's what I used them for, to straighten the wire. So for me, they're essential. They're always with me. Whenever I do any of my work, they're always in my travel set with me. You know, I've always got a pair at home, I've got a pair when I travel, a pair in my suitcases, as many as you can really, because like you say, especially if you're using the thicker gauges, and you do start bending that wire and you do need it to be straightened out, they are really essential for that. And they will help save your wire, like you said, when you have weaves. If you have that little kink like we showed earlier, and I hadn't straightened that out and you were doing quite an open weave, that would show. So it really is worth taking that time to make sure. It just gives that slightly more professional touch.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm just having a go. I am listening. I am listening. I'm just also having a little go at it. Because it makes a massive difference. I've just bent this and kinked it up. This is my 125, by the way. I've just bent it and kinked it up, and I've just managed to flatten it out again perfectly.
But do you remember what I said about not actually just running the plate? That's it. Do that first.
Squidge. And then you can go over.
Yeah, because especially if you've got quite a few sort of waves or something going in it, especially on the thicker wire, straighten that out first, then run the pliers along it, because otherwise you're going to hit straight out in it, and that will mark the colour.
It's actually easier on the thinner gauge, of course, to kink it, isn't it? And when you get a kink in your thin gauge, it's so irritating. As you said, it's so annoying. And these are perfect. It's really noticeable.
Especially if you like to Viking knit, if you like to crochet, like do anything like that, that wire is going to spring, and that's when it's going to catch. Well, you saw how it caught just doing that little bit of weaving, it caught itself in the heart, you know, so it does happen. So you do have to, they're really essential.
Oh, just thought as well, are you going to get your hands on my brand new tool in a bit? Brand new. It's this one, and it's called your crinkler. Wire crinkler. Have I got an example?
I've got an example of it there.
Yeah, I might show. Do you
I
mind?
won't show the what I've made.
Because I just want to. I'm just going to give you a quick flash. I'm going to do this for you before the end of the hour, and we're going to have a demo of it in a little bit as well. But I just want to show you. This is what it does to your wire. You've got two different shaped discs. You've got your round, which is the top one, and then you've got your zigzag one, which is the base. And you can create lengths and lengths of this stuff. However, you need, when you're using this, to straighten your wire out first with these, because if there's a little bit of a kink in your wire, it won't go through the crinkler to create the beautiful shapes. So you need these to get the brand new tool that I've got in stock for you. £4.95 for you. I've still got a queue on the phone. I promise you we will be with you, but I seriously implore you to stay exactly where you are, because I don't want you to hang up, ring back in 10 minutes, and then they'll be gone. So treat yourself to these now at £4.95. There's something you've all been begging for, you've all been asking for. I've got them in for you right now, but when they're gone, they're gone. If you are on the phone, stay exactly where you are. I've got plenty of people on the phone for these, not a surprise. Plenty of people on the phone for these, and what I want to say to you is, if you haven't checked out right about now, you're cutting it fine. These are your pliers. I've got that crinkler coming up for you in a little bit. Now, I had one strand. Oh my goodness. I didn't realise these were pearls, don't I? Okay, is it just me, or do these look a lot like bronzite? Bronze cultured pearls. This is a really beautiful strand. They've got the Baroque pearls. It means you've got the flattened back on these. Kirsty, could you use these for your favourite, do you think? Kirsty's favourite thing right here at the moment is soutache, and she's saying that because they've got the nice flat backs, so long as the drill hole was all right, you could use these for that, for soutache. It's nice, that. What a great idea to use these in soutache. Now, these are 8x7 and they're the beautiful bronze tones. Now, you've got in here almost your antiques bronze colour, and I actually thought they were bronzite because you'll know when if you've had bronzite before, you get these flashes of greens, don't you? And that's what you're getting with this. It's your under £10. Let's see how much. £6.95 for genuine pearls in this beautiful rich tone. I would say that if you're looking at maybe making some male jewellery and you want to work with pearls, this is a beautiful format in which you can take part in doing that. Gorgeous bronze, this golden pearlescent shade running across the surface. All of these today, it's a lengthy strand of pearls, just £6.95. These would go perfectly with my next goodie. Oh my goodness. Throw some gold wire in this and you are set. We'll do these now. This is your coffee agate. And these are your faceted rondelles. Now, how often do you get agate that is this transparent? Not often at all. I wonder if I show you against the white, you'll be able to see better. Can you see how transparent these are? That's really unusual. How exciting. 90 carats worth you have here. And another thing, how often do you get such a beautiful, sparkly agate? These are your coffee rondelles, 6x4mm. They've almost got a whiskey-like tone in a way. Almost a latte colour, or even a mocha. 90 carats worth you have here, and they are faceted. Should we take a look at your price? £4.95. That's all you're going to be paying. This is really under £10, isn't it? I'll just show you the length of this. It's a really lengthy strand, and I've got to admit, sometimes I know that people don't particularly like working with agate because sometimes it's quite bold and it's quite over the top, isn't it? It's quite eye-catching. And sometimes, let's be honest, you don't want that in a gemstone, do you? Sometimes you want this beautiful, delicate effect. And that's exactly what you're getting in this strand. I don't think I've ever described an agate as delicate before. But truly, because this is transparent, you're getting that perfectly. £4.95. 90 carats worth. Do get this home, because if you've worked with loads of agate before but perhaps you haven't worked with coffee agate that is seriously transparent, genuinely get this home, because I wouldn't have guessed this was agate in a million years. £4.95. Now, it's time. We've been waiting. It's worth the wait. It's time for our final star buy. It's a brand new tool. You've never seen it before on here. It got into our office, what, about an hour and 45 minutes ago now. It is your wire crinkler. This is the tool itself, and this is your wire effect. Now, myself and Kirsty have had a little look online at the price of this tool from our competitors. And now, this is a direct price comparison of this exact tool, the same make and everything, same size, same make, everything. Direct price comparison. We found this, the lowest we found it was £14.99. You know we ain't going anywhere near that. We're in our under £10 hour, aren't we? But direct comparison of the exact same tool, we found it £14.99. Let's show you the little sections of it, shall we? In fact, I've got a queue of people. Let's bring your price in, shall we? This is your price today. You're gonna love it. £7.95, brand new tool, brand new. I'm gonna show you exactly what you're getting. You'll have your base. Let me show you. You have this little base board here with these two little kick-up spouts at the top. On one of them, you have 4 gears in total. 2 of them have this little arm and 2 of them don't. What you do is, when you put the one with the little kick-up on, you put the other one next to it so that they slot in together. And then, spin it round. And your wire goes in between these 2 sections. This little space here is where you feed your wire through, and you'll spin it. With this shape, you will get this wire shape, this zigzag effect. You also have more of our cog shapes. So again, pop it on. Really simply, feed your wire through this little section here. And the great thing is, when you're actually doing it, we'll go and see a demo in a second, but when you're actually doing it, you don't have to yank it through, it feeds it through itself. And with this one, you create this beautiful effect. So more of a wave. This brand new tool is £7.95. Strongly encourage you to get your hands on it right now. Seriously need to check out your basket on this. That's all I'm saying. You've been warned. We're going to come over to you now for a little demo, if that's all right, lovely.
Yeah.
And I've seen you've already been whipped up a few things for this.
Yeah, it just...
Oh, for your challenge.
For my challenge.
This is with those challenge Moonstone.
And that's just done using that section of that wire.
Well, that's just...
And it's just straight away, it's an instant start.
That's so stunning. Have a look. This is one of the challenge pieces. It's a pair of earrings. Tell me truthfully, how long did these sections take you?
Seconds.
Seconds.
And because I've used 0.8 wire, it's perfect for earring finding, so you don't even have to put a finding on it. You could
let it round the back.
Yeah, I've just literally bent. I've bent it slightly on there because I want it to sit on the stand. But if I wasn't doing that, you know, just a little earring stud back. Fab. Job done. Or you could do a hook, whatever you want.
So, if you can just talk us through really quickly how you can do this.
Yeah, this is obviously, as we've already said, we've got the 2 different sets here. So you've got the...
Really sorry, you know I hate interrupting, don't I?
No, you don't.
Okay. Approaching a sellout on this. So seriously, you need to check out right now because I'm approaching a sellout. How many does start with? Just over 200,
wow.
300, just over 300, wow. And I'm approaching a sellout. By approaching a sellout, I mean I've got a handful or 2 left. So if you're on the phone line, say exactly where you are, you will have a chance of getting it. People checking out, you need to check out right about now. £7.95 for you.
Okay.
Right, yeah, ready?
Yeah, done.
Ready,
yeah.
done. Finished.
Right, done. Okay. So you've got 2 different sets. So you've got the ones that sort of give that sharper effect, and then the ones that give that sort of wave effect. Now you can use 0.8 and lower as recommended for using with this. I wouldn't use 1 mil, it's very hard to get it through.
Yeah.
0.8 and 0.6 are nice gauges. We've been playing about with it.
Yeah.
0.4 is a little bit springy, sort of springs everywhere. But
so just take your time.
Yeah, really take your time. So I'm going to just show. So what I'm doing is that what I'll show you here is there's a tiny little sort of block, and on that block is a tiny little hole for you to feed the wire through. I'll pass it there so you can see it. Yeah. And there's the hole just there.
I see.
Okay, so I'm going to put it back towards me because well, everyone knows I'm not the best. Everything goes wrong for me when it's live, so they've put their faith in me. I don't know why. So what I'm doing is I'm using 0.8 and I've got it still on the reel. And what I've done is I've made it so it's quite slack because I don't want it to be fighting. It wants to go through quite freely. Yeah. So It's literally, it takes a second to get it to grip properly, but as soon as it's gripped, it's fine. Okay, so I've just pushed those two together and it's actually held, that wire is now held in amongst those two cogs.
Yeah.
Now what I'm doing is putting pressure on this one here. There's one with a handle and one without. So I'm putting pressure on the one without the handle, just put my finger there, and then with this one with the same amount of pressure, I see, there we go. Give me 2 seconds, there we go.
I am so sorry, people at home.
You should see it coming through. I'm putting the same amount of pressure on this, and then it will, see how that's coming through?
And it's just feeding itself through.
Just feeding itself through. But you do have to put pressure, equal pressure on both. If you don't, the wire will pop up.
Yeah.
So you do. But if that does happen, I mean, you can see the lengths of the wire over there that I did all in one continuous go. You can just see it's just coming through like that. Now, obviously, there you go. And you can just keep going until you've got the length that you want. Now, if it does pop up, and you find that it's come up and or it goes under, you can reposition it back into the sort of cogs.
Yeah.
And just sort of pop it back, catch it with this one, and then you can pick up continue that pattern. So if you do find, oh, it's slipped, just take a bit of time, pop it back on, and you can get that continuous.
That is perfect. I am so sorry, people at home. It's a sellout. Oh, I'm so sorry. If you really want to get your hands on this so you can create this zigzag effect or this beautiful wave effect that we've got here, perhaps keep your eye on the phone, maybe ring back in a few minutes just in case someone hasn't checked out their basket in time, or perhaps someone's changed their mind, or perhaps a payment's not gone through or something.
You never know.
Do give it a go. Stay where you are whilst you're there. Stay where I am whilst I'm there. Stay where you are whilst you're there. I'm going to recap me nylon jaw pliers for you. These are brand back new in.
Are they already?
Brand back new in.
Bless. It's normally me. I think you've got it from me.
I think I've got it. These are brand new, back in stock today. These are your nylon jawed pliers. Now we were saying before.
If you get them out, I'll show you a little trick. So if I wanted to straighten out this little bit to say make a hook, I'm just going to straighten that out with my flat nose pliers, just so I took some of those zigzags out.
Yeah, so you can see it's a bit kinky.
Yeah, so I just used my pliers just to do that.
Yeah.
And then you just literally run that over.
That's it.
And it will straighten it out.
Even though it's seriously kinked.
And that will make that, and then I'll be able to use that to make a loop or something.
Even though it was seriously kinked.
Yeah. You know, it's essential really, as we've already said.
So if you were to create these earrings, you could, starting running it through your new tool, your your crinkler, and then use your jaws to straighten this drop off to create your actual finding.
Well, what I actually did was, because I wanted it dead straight, if you look at this piece here,
you finished it.
It's already got a straight bit. So what I did was, I cut it so that I still had the straight bit.
I see, yeah.
I'll use this bit to create the loop, which is what I'm hanging the stone off of.
I see, perfect.
And then I would use this piece here, and you literally just bend it back like that.
It's done.
And that's your earring finding done. Or you could do it into a shepherd hook or anything you want to do it into. But yeah, so that's, if you wanted to do that, to create that loop, you've got those there to do that.
These are so useful, aren't they?
Yeah.
If you're working with coloured wires, and perhaps you have had that nightmare where it's just come a little bit, the colours come off, or it's just kinked wrong, or it's messed up your weave, do get yourself these. It's one of those tools that I would say, because it doesn't come in the kits, it might be one that you overlook a little bit, because it doesn't come in the kits. You might think, well, I don't know why I'd need it, but it's one of those that once you get it, you question how you ever did without them.
Honestly, I have, and I did pay for mine. I think I paid about £10 to £12 in it for a cheap pair in a little shop in Bristol.
Yeah.
So, you know, and all I will say, and I just want to say, because someone actually messaged me once and asked if it was normal, will you get lines across here?
Yeah.
Yes, it is normal,
Yeah,
because
it
obviously you're running your wire across it, and inevitably
You will get a little groove.
they will start to get grooves on them, but that is perfectly normal. It will happen with any type or any brand. It's just, but it still shouldn't affect it. So
it won't affect it at all. Treat yourself to these right now, because I'm into seriously low figures. Join us after the break for the second of our 2 hours of design inspiration with spellbinding Laura Binding. See you after this short break.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
If for any reason you're not satisfied, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Thank you for joining me. My name is Becky and our designer with the inspiration will be heading to her in approximately 8 minutes. It's the wonderful Laura Binding. Why are you chuckling?
Approximately 8 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's be specific.
8 minutes 32. We'll be with her very, very soon. Now, designer inspirations, it means that we're going to give you the opportunity to own a kit. When we say kit, very simply that means for approximately the next 47 minutes, we will be following Laura step by step on her design. We give you the opportunity to own all of the components to her pieces so that you can get them and take them home and recreate, but we also give you plenty so that you can let your own inspiration go wild as well. How would you describe this piece to me?
It's quite a statement. It's quite complex, I think, really. It's got quite a few different elements to it, But it's one of those that until you look at it closely, you can really see all of the different elements that have gone into it. I think so. It's different for me. It's not what I normally do, but I really enjoyed doing it, and I just wanted. It was quite a challenge with the materials that I had to sort of take it out a step further, and I really enjoyed it.
I think you've done a beautiful job. It's seriously high fashion. The butterfly motif itself is massive at the moment. I would love to see that as a hairpiece as well.
It could have been a brooch. I was really debating on it, and it's quite interchangeable because it's just done on a handmade jump ring chain, so you could take that off and it wouldn't affect the design in any way, and you could attach it in a different way.
That's stunning. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? Do you really like it at home? Yeah, Laura did just turn her back then. Sorry. Are you joking? Kirsty just went, why is she turning around? The camera was still on you. You were Jay chilling over here.
I was not. Sorry. Sorry.
Kirsty said it's fine. She just didn't want to offend you. Now, I've got to this 2 kits. So, same as earlier on, we want to give you the opportunity to own both parts. However, we're well aware you might already have loads of wire. So you can just get the cabochons. You might have cabochons at home, but not enough wire. So you can buy them separately. It's saving your pocket, basically. If you don't need them, you don't have to get them. This kit together, are we doing the wire first? We'll start off with your wire. Now, there is 200 meters in total. You've got 100 of your 0.4 and 100 of your 0.8. Now, you love working with these 2 gauges, don't you, Laura B?
Yeah, 0.8 and 1 mil and 0.4 are my favourite combinations. That's because I find them the most versatile. I can sort of achieve most looks with them.
Definitely. This is in your beautiful copper colour. So you'll be able to see your 1 mil is much thicker if you're actually looking at the pieces themselves. And then here's your 0.4. You can see how much thinner this is. This is great for your weaving, and this is going to be the more structural. This is the section in which we've created the wings and the kind of outline, the frame of the butterfly, and also the chain at the back.
The chain's been made completely out of the 0.8. The 0.4 has been used to do all of the intricate parts, but the 0.8's been used to do all the structural parts.
So this is your copper colour. Let's have a look at the price, shall we? Ooh, £39.90 is your current web price. If you were to go on our website right now and get these separately, that would be a price. However, have a little look at the top of your screen, or possibly underneath if you're watching online. You'll see that code. That code's like a discount code for you right now. Let's take a look at your price with that. It's not £39.95. This by itself, by the way, the 0.8 is £24.95, isn't it? Let's have a look. Oh no. That's annoying. Do you know what that means when that happens? Some people think we make this up, but we honestly do not make this up, right? We'll say to you a price, £39.90, then we'll roll it down. Sometimes it will not roll down, and it'll just be there again. Now, when that happens, the price we were going to take it to, we have to take £1 off. It's the only way we can fix it. So your price on this should have been £39.90. We were gonna take it down to £29. It has to be £28.95 now. It's almost £11 saving on this. £11 we're saving on this. It shouldn't have been that price, but it is for you today. It's our Designer Inspirations wire, 200 meters total. £11 you're saving today, £28.95. That's all you pay. Do treat yourself to this now, because honestly it shouldn't have been that price. We were only going to take a tenner off. The only way we can fix it is by taking an extra £1 off. I promise you we don't make it up. In fact, my producer Kirsty has to ring. Who do you have to ring, Kirsty, and tell them that's happened? She's still on the phone with them now. She has to ring IT, I think, and say to them, sorry, it happened, and they have to talk her through it, and she has to have it logged. It's very, very annoying. But it's great for you at home. Extra £1 saving, £11 saving in total. Hello, Laura. How's your afternoon going?
Yeah, it's going good.
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 I've done one thing.
Good. Hey, the cracking demo with that new tool.
Oh, it's great.
I like that new tool. It's fun, isn't it? Really good fun. So we're going to be having a little look at how to whip up this beautiful butterfly design.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit of an interchangeable one as well, because you don't actually have to form it into a butterfly. You can actually just keep the centre part and just have a really dainty pendant, which was what I actually originally was going to do. But then I just sort of started playing about the wire and the shapes, and I just wanted to get all of those beautiful stones in there, and they're all undrilled, so they're all held in purely by the wire.
So it's wonderful you're able to do it in this mini size.
Yeah.
Which is what we said earlier.
Yeah.
You won't have seen the mini cabochons
Yeah, the
being
mini
used
ones
like this.
Yeah, and I was just going to show also, I mean, it's not brilliant because I did it with my daughter, so please be kind, but
which bit did your daughter do?
Well, she helped me mix the colours, and that's why we've got a lovely mix of purples and pinks.
See how cute.
Purple and pink.
Because I was going to say the colours are the best part of it, aren't they?
And gilding flakes, and we're pressing them all around. But I just wanted to show what we did was we put 2 of the little labradorites into the actual pendant.
Have a little look how adorable this is.
It's only a bit of fun, but I thought whilst we're here, I might as well experiment. But you can see that there's one there, and then there's, oh yeah, there you go, it's flashing. Can you see the flash on that?
Yeah.
That one there, and then there's one at the bottom as well. And I just wanted to show that if you did like polymer clay and you didn't necessarily like the wire work, or you know it's not your thing, or you didn't want to work with such tiny stones, they're really fun to do with things like this, and they're fine in the oven because it's such a low heat. Yeah. So it's held in fine, and you can add a different detail in that way. So I just thought I'd bring it in anyway.
I think that's really beautiful.
I didn't use any of the wire from the other kit at all in any way.
No, of course not.
Of course
that
not.
Pink wire, obviously not. So whereabouts on the Flutterby are we starting?
We're going to start with his body, or her body. I don't know what we're going to call it yet. Oh, this is what I had left. So there's still absolutely tons left, tons and tons. So the best thing I found, and this is quite good for me because I'm the most impatient person in the world, but is to actually try and sort of get a selection of them out and plan in your mind. You've got like some quite larger shaped ones. So it's quite, if you're going to be especially doing the body part, to go for the larger shaped ones, because you do want to be able to, you don't want it to get lost in the wire.
No, of course not.
Okay, and so lay your design out initially. So you've got some teardrops here, you've got the marquise shapes. I just sort of went for, so there's some nice, you'll find nice, there's a couple of just nice sized ones in there, and you'll find quite a few matching pairs as well. So I was able to actually make the wings quite symmetrical, which is quite unusual for me as well.
Yeah, it is a bit.
All right.
No, just because you're quite free
really
flow,
random.
organic, aren't you?
Yeah. Okay, so just lay this out, as I said. So I've got the bottom part there. I'll have one of those as the centre part of the body, and then maybe one of the squares, or maybe one of the, and the schiller on these is amazing.
Stunning, isn't it? I'm bringing you this matrix box in a moment or two.
Okay, so I've got that laid out like that. So if I just flip that for you, you'll see it a little bit better then. It'll make more sense. It's like,
oh yeah,
jig it. There we go. There you go. So you can sort of, oh, it's miles out of shot. Sorry. Oh look, I do one demo well, and this is what happens after. Okay, so, and then try and keep these back in the shapes that they are as well, because you'll find that handy for when you're looking back at them.
Yeah.
So that's the actual body part there. Okay. So we're going to start with the frame. I'm going to use the 0.8, and the 0.8 is going to be my base wire.
Okay.
And the 0.4 will be my weaving wire. So if I ever refer to base and weaving, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
So for this, I don't need a ton. Probably need just slightly over 1/2 metre. And what this piece is going to do is actually be the frame for these stones to sit in, and it will also become the sort of little antenna bits as well.
Yes, I know.
The little swirly
dealy
bits.
boppers.
Yeah, the little dealy boppers. It's cuter. So first thing I'm going to do is just straighten these with my hands. Oh, my pliers. And you can do this at the very beginning as well, because what you're doing is just warming the wire, making it workable, and slightly work harden it as well. Yeah. Okay. It's quite hot in here, so this wire's like gone super soft.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just bring the ends together and just get it to form. Just by doing that, it's forming that natural shape. So now I want to just check that that's going to sit just on it. It needs to sit If I can hold it like this, you'll be able to see. So it needs to, hopefully can you see that?
It'll just fit underneath
just slightly inside it, so you can see. Can't move my hand too much, but you can see that's just slightly on the inside of it. And that's so that the stone's got something to sit on.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we've got that part. I'm going to start the weaving. So with this, again, I need about 1 metre of wire.
Okay.
Probably a little bit too much. This is one that you do want to try and do this part continuously. So you don't want to have to keep adding wire in, because we're going to basically net each section, and these stones are going to be netted in with the wire.
Yep.
But we need the same piece of wire to net this part, then the middle part, then the top part, and secure it all in. So ideally, if you can do it in one shot, it's better. So the bottom part of the sort of loop that we formed, I'm actually just using the shorter end of my wire. I'm going to anchor it. So I just want to wrap it around about 2 to 3 times. And then just snip that out of the way. Okay, so that's now just attached just there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I want to do, I'm actually going to cut mine a bit shorter because it's going to get everywhere. Thank you. So now I've got my wire and I've got it coming up. Now what I'm actually going to do is go over my coil. So, and the only reason is because this just seems to make the loops work better.
I see.
So if you can see there, my coil's there, bringing my wire back across the coil, through the frame and straight up. Now it's going to go like this, if I can just get these wires out of the way, so that it's just going in front of the wire, it's not going through the loop. It's not going through that loop of wire there.
No.
Put your thumb in. And this is a bit of a tricky work, and this is one you do need to take your time and go slow to try and get it consistent, because with the 0.4 you have to be a little bit more sort of controlling with it.
I know, yeah.
So I'm just going to pull that with my thumb, just keeping it into place. And if you look, we've got our first little loop. Can you see that there? That's it there.
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see.
So I've got that just like that. Now I'm going to just repeat. So I've got my wire here.
Yeah.
Bring it straight back up again. To the side. And you can see there, that's the second loop.
I see.
I'm going to do again. So it's not going through this loop, it's going in front. Okay. And then that's going to just keep going around. So I just do it quickly to get it all the way back round. And what I'll do, one complete circle before I put the stone in.
Okay, so all the way around.
All the way around. So I'm just going to do this quickly. Now these wires do get a little bit in the way, but unfortunately
just take
you need them. Now if this happens and you find what's gone wrong here, because I can see my wires not going to do my loop.
No.
So all I'll do is I'll just push that through. We've just crossed. Don't forget you've got these wires here, so sometimes the wire slides up and down, and that's when you lose that loop. So by just putting it through, what you want is it to be forming that kind of loop there.
Yeah.
And when you pull it tight, you can just reduce the size of it. Okay?
I can see, yes.
So when you get to where the wires cross, you still continue, you just go in front of the wires. And you just keep going around. So I'm just going to go around once.
I'll wait for you to go all the way around. I just want to, so Laura's just going all the way around. Just while she's going all the way around, I just want to let you know I'm in limited stock on this right now. By limited, I mean I've got less than 40 of these in stock at the moment. £28 and 95 pence for these today. 100 metres of each. 0.4, which is what we're weaving with currently, and 0.8, which is what we're using as the base and the structural section of our butterfly. I'm in limited stock, it's £28.95. If you do want to get your hands on the nylon pliers, because of course we're working with the 0.4, so it has a tendency to kink. If you do want to get your hands on the nylon pliers, we do still have some in stock, but hurry up. Get yourself on the phone for those because they are flying. And also I'm going to bring you the matrix box of these beautiful cabochons in a moment or two.
Okay, so I've gone all the way around and I found myself back at the point now where I'm next to this loop.
Yep.
Okay, the one that I started
with.
So this is where we need to keep checking that this little cab can still sit on that sort of initial framework, because otherwise it'll just go straight through the middle. So you can still tweak it.
Yeah.
And I can still sit that on. So I will move my hand now just to show. So that can still sit on. And then what I'm going to do is, this is tricky, this is the fiddliest part, but because they are so small,
yeah,
you can't even really use masking tape because they are just a bit too small. It's just about having time and patience, and again, take your working environment into consideration. Don't be sat in a nice hot house where all your wires are going to get hot, your hands are going to get hot, and anything like that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do exactly the same, but I'm now going to just, instead of the frame, go through the loop, the first loop. Exactly the same. And what I've done with the flowery bit is I've just kind of pushed it up around the edge of the, you see there, that's quite good. You can see I've just folded it up around the stone. It's not high enough to hold that stone in yet though, so you need to do a couple of, about 2 seems to hold it in. So round once, and then this one should start holding it into place. So.
Kirsty's just asked me to check with you, is this on edition 3 of the Wirework DVD?
The netting is, yeah.
The netting technique.
Yeah, it's kind of a variation of it, but this is a very small version. So what I'm going to do is show how, because that's just how to do one stone, but we're going to do 3 together.
I see. Beautiful.
So, and again, I'm just going to pop, oops, sorry, just I can't see this. Pop the stone on. And then you'll see as you do that, it'll start to come up the side of the. I
can see it building up.
Yeah, and it will start to sort of hold the stone. Okay, so what will happen is, I'm not going to do that because it's going to take me all day to sort of net around it all, but you'll want to be able to net. Just doing that already, it's starting to be more secure now.
Yeah.
I can actually let it go. With this one, you will go all the way around, and you can go all the way around, and you'll find yourself back at the bottom. Because obviously you've netted to do a complete loop. It's going to be back at the bottom because you started at the bottom. Okay, so once you've netted and you find yourself back at the bottom, so we're going to imagine that's been held in. I mean, even just like that, it's holding in. My wire would be here.
So that's coming up through, isn't it?
Yep. What I would do to bring it back up here is just feed it loosely around the side. Not up through the loops, but just around the actual, if I can just show you, actually through those first loops.
Yep.
Just don't need to do it like through every single one. Just once, just to sort of blend that wire coming up, so that will just blend into it then. And then that will probably be all I need, and I'll find my wire back at the top then.
Yeah.
And then I'm then able to shape this part of the wire to then hold that stone, and then I can place that one.
I see.
See, the technique, it is a technique I've used a lot, but this is just to show how you actually can make it continuous with a couple of different stones.
That's a really good technique.
So you've got that there, so that's now going to fit that nicely, and I would then use this same wire, start my initial loops, pop the stone in, and then net it in. And then again with that top little bit of wire, you would then, and you would need to keep adjusting this, or you'd need to net one, then form the next one, because although I might do that and lay it down and say, yeah, there's that one, and then there's that one.
Yeah.
By the time I've netted that one in, it might have grown.
I know.
So I'd be better off just doing that one, then that one, then that one, and it will all continuously flow.
Brilliant.
But just to bring that wire up, just as I said, just blend it into the frame, and it will, and then just get it up to the top bit, and then continue.
So, just before you move on to the next section, Kirsty say, let's do the matrix box. This is your matrix box that we've been working with to create this beautiful butterfly. In here you have your labradorite, which you have seen the perfect schiller. As Laura's been working with it, it's beautiful cascading blues and yellows. And you also have your rose quartz at the bottom there as well. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? 170 carats worth. £21.95.
Wow.
Is not going to be your price. We're going to take it to the lowest ever price today. Let's take a look. Whoa, £13.95 for you. So we're having a look at this. 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, 12. You've used about 13, 14 on this, and that's it. And you've got absolutely plenty in here.
Well, that's what I've got left.
And that's including the ones you used for the polymer clay, isn't it?
I did that for test purposes for everybody.
Yes, of course, obviously.
I did it for you lot. Yeah, no, and that's including those. And the only reason I've used more of the labradorite, I haven't actually used more of the labradorite, it's just...
you spaced them.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, actually I did, I used a couple more.
And you used some in there as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
You could use these for soutache, you could use them in your polymer, which is perfect. If you've got any perhaps, you know, your larger faceted slabs, you could, if you wanted to, glue onto them, couldn't you, and add a little bit of something different.
I know what you could use it for, and that's for friendly plastic. I've not gotten involved in that yet because I just can't afford to get into another addiction. That's the bottom line. I think my husband will have a freak out if I arrive with a ton of friendly plastic stuff as well. But I did see Liz the other day pushing pearls into the friendly plastic. So I would imagine, clarify with Liz, I'm sure you can. And then just push them into the plastic, and then that would be quite cool as well.
Stunning, absolutely beautiful. It's your lowest ever price. Don't be afraid of them just because they don't have drill holes. It's going to give you a new way of working with gemstones, essentially. It's going to add a new dynamic, a new string to your jewellery making bow, as it were, and you can create stunning designs like this, as well as all the little pieces we've given you, little tidbits and ideas. I'm sure you've got loads of ideas of what to do with it at home. It's your lowest ever price on this matrix box, £13.95 for you. And I want to let you know that at the bottom of the screen, the graphics for the wire will be coming back on. I've got 2 handfuls left of that, so please get on board with those now.
Okay, sorry, just what you can do so here's a little one I netted earlier. So I'm at the point where I found myself with my wire back at the bottom on this one, so I've gone all the way around. Now what can happen is sometimes the stones will turn a little bit. As long as they're held in secure, then you'll be all right. This was done in a bit of a rush, and I've damaged some of my nails, so I haven't been able to do it as good as I normally can. But you can just make sure it sits in position, and all you have to do is just squeeze the frame wires together a little bit. If you feel that they're not quite holding it, you can just literally take it like that and just squeeze it so it's really got something to sit in. Okay, and you can do that with each little section. As long as that stone can't escape, you're okay. And if you feel that you want to just pull some of these nettings up a little bit, you can just use your pliers and just gently pull it up to sort of form around the stone and really hold it into place securely. Okay, take that time because you really don't want to make a design and then your stone fall out.
Of course.
So little things like that. If you do find it's a bit loose here, just squeeze that frame together. Just make sure there's no way that stone can escape. That's the bottom line. Now, if you wanted to just make this a simple little pendant, you've got your bale wires here. It's your fault. I was doing so well. That's it now.
Catching, I'm telling you.
What you do is just bring your wire up here and just do that woven bale technique that we did earlier on in the heart. And just create a little bale, and you've got a really simple little pendant now, multi-stone pendant. Okay. But as I said, I wanted to take it that little bit further. So what I'm doing is I've actually keeping this wire here, and I've cut a length off, and I actually want to keep it where it is. I'll probably bring it down because I'm going to use this to start attaching the wing parts.
Okay.
With the wing parts, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to show I'll show how the weaves are done. I'm not going to do fill the whole sections in, because obviously that took me like a whole evening.
Yeah.
And then a couple of hours in the afternoon. But this is one of those that once you've set the design and you know, once I've done it once, I could probably do it a lot quicker the next time.
Yeah,
but the first time it's playing about with it, what should I do here, play, how is it going to work, and experimenting.
So at this point, perhaps you're not particularly into butterflies. Could you change it into maybe a dragonfly, or just change the shape of the wings?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to do a dragonfly, a bat.
I just really like bats.
They're cute, aren't they?
Aren't they? Their little ears. Oh.
No, you could if you wanted to do a bat,
Yeah.
I'm sure. But what you could do if you wanted to do, say, a dragonfly, is just go straight in at the top and just do wings at the top,
at
or
the
something
top.
like that. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those
you
you can just experiment with it. And obviously, this is another one of those where you need to have both your design. Thank you.
Right.
Both of your, you need to mirror it. So try to do as much of this one as you can, and then try and start this one. But this is quite wiry, so you will have a lot of wire. So I actually worked one wing. It's close. One wing.
Oh, way up. Time to
Go on,
charm.
you try it.
One wing.
Right up to the top.
One wing right up to the top.
It's a bit of a tongue twister. It is. Right up to the sort of spiral part.
Yes.
And then I was able to start the second one and flip it over and look at what I did, so I was still able to mirror it.
Get you.
Okay, but you obviously, if you were doing step by step by step, you'd have wires everywhere, so just be aware of that. Okay. So, I'm going to start off with a spiral, because I do like my spirals.
Yeah.
But spirals are very good for holding and anchoring pieces of wire in and blending into the design.
Yes.
So I'm just going to do a quick spiral here. I'm going to look at this, and I started just on this side, which is the left of the butterfly.
Yeah.
And just positioning that wire and having a little play and seeing where it's going to go.
Yes.
The wire that I've got from where I was doing the netting.
You're weaving.
Yeah. I'm just going to bring that, and again, just bring it back down. So I'm just going to thread it through the frame. Doesn't matter too much, it can blend in. What I want to do is bring it down to this sort of join here. Yeah. So I've got it down to that join now. Okay, just to there.
I see.
And I'm just going to wrap and secure this little spiral around a couple of times, and I'm just going around the whole of the sort of bottom join, really, because it will all blend in. And that's just holding that piece of wire to the frame. Okay, this is about keeping it quite secure to the frame, but it's still got a bit of movement to it. So that's one, and then where's the other piece?
Yeah.
Oh, look, you've just been holding it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to spiral. Okay, and I'm going to pop that just here next to this spiral so you can see it.
Yeah,
just
I
there. Okay, now this one's got a bit of a secret roll, because that's going to be the back.
Haven't we all?
Back support.
Yeah.
To another little cab that we're going to put, so you can choose a little one to go in the wing.
Thanks.
And what I'm going to do, just to attach this one, is just bring my wire down a little bit and just bind it together. Because a lot of little things like that is going to blend in, and it's also going to just sort of it'll blend in into the design, and you won't see it anyway.
I see.
So what that's going to do is help to hold that stone. Can you see that?
I can see.
It's sitting on that part there.
Yeah.
Now I didn't net this one in.
Okay.
So
Half my stock's gone on the matrix boxes, sorry to say. So do treat yourself now. It's the lowest ever price, $13.95.
So the stone that I've got, the second spiral, the wire of the second spiral, is going to, now this is going to be really hard for me to show you, so I'm going to have to just kind of, I'm going to do it like this and then I will just show you. What I'm going to do is catch it.
Yeah.
And just fold, and it doesn't matter if the stone comes out because you're just using it as a sort of guide, but you want to fold that wire over it.
Yeah.
So it's going to sort of hold it like that. It's not held in yet, but it's going to go over the wire. It's going to go over the stone. That's going to give it some sort of locking in.
Yeah.
And then, don't worry if it comes out because it's fine. We'll catch it now. Push it back through that little gap. It's just, my hands are super hot, so.
Do you want the aircon on?
It's already on, I think.
Yeah,
it's
it is.
Me. There we go.
It's hot in here, though, isn't it?
It's just hot. My hands are hot, and it's just escaping. That's fine. You can see there, I've just wrapped that wire around. So I wrapped it over,
Yeah.
and even if the stone comes out, don't worry, you can put it back in, and just wrapped it around. And then my wires are just here, and now that is held in. Oh, it's like leap of faith.
I can see.
But it is held in. So what it's doing, it's held in by that wire there, and if I just turn it around for you to see the back,
You can see.
it's sat on that little wire spiral that we did
I see.
to support it. And as you sort of do the weave in and fill all of the next sections in, it tightens it up and locks it in anyway. Okay. So I want these wires to cross over, and you really want to get them to lock that in. Then, so I'm just going to have a quick look at the little, and then with that same weaving wire, just wrap a couple of times just to lock those wires together. You see what I mean about it being quite sort of wiry, and this is only the first side, so if you were to have this going both sides, I mean, if not, draw it, but it is one of those that you can actually look at it and see what you did, and if you look at the front and then think, I'm not quite sure, turn it over, it will make sense. You'll see the wire behind it. It's so effortlessly done.
That is beautiful at the back, isn't it?
But can you see how it's actually, if you were thinking, I'm not quite sure how I did that, you can see it from the back as well.
I see, yeah.
So you can see that spiral holding that little stone in, and
Yeah.
you can see where the wires have gone.
Really neat.
So I've then got this little, my wires crossing here. So I'm just crossing those like that.
Yeah.
And that's where I then net a little marquise shaped labradorite.
Yes.
And the reason I did that was because I've got my rose quartz here, I've got my labradorite here, I've just balanced it out.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to net it, because again, you've just
We've
seen
seen it.
Yeah, you've seen it. Disappointed. Yeah, sorry.
All right.
But I've got my weaving wire here, and that would just be used to do that netting technique around there, pop the stone in and capture it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
And then I'm going to assume my wire's ended, just for easiness now.
Okay.
If it was ended, just cut another piece off and just anchor it to continue as normal. This bit here, because my wires aren't both going in a natural direction, and because I just think butterflies have cute little sort of like drop shapes on the bottom of their wings, don't they?
Yeah, they do, you're right.
So again, just popping my pliers in, I'll just do a little tiny loop like that, and now you'll see these two wires are back together.
Yep.
Can you see that? There, that's better.
Yeah.
So that little section there would have had a netted in labradorite. That's the little drop, and this is just going to start the weave. Now what I did on this little drop here was I just wrapped it. So I took my wire and just to add a bit of interest really, wrapped around the whole of the drop. So you can see just like that, and I wrapped it down and then just coiled the wire underneath there just to finish it off.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would have been cut off there. And then I've got these two wire sections going here. Now this is done just using that same weave that we did earlier on in the heart,
Okay.
which is if I've added my wires together, and then I'm just going to go over one wire and back over again, over to the other side, around once, back around again through the middle, over to the other side. And that's all I'm going to do. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's just going to be that little section woven there. Now what we need to do with this, as we're doing this needs to be cut off the wire as well, off the reel. Because just to give it a bit of strength and start securing the frame, as you bring this wire down here, now this would be a bit bulkier because it would have had a netted in stone. So as you get to this point, what you can then do is when I get to this wire, weaving that bottom bit, I'll just turn it around so you can see.
Yeah.
This bit here, I'm actually just going to, I would thread it through that frame and just loosely anchor it, and then continue my weave here. Just continue the weave just like that.
Yeah.
But what that does is it just helps it to secure to the frame.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, and then as you go up here, this is all going to be woven, and as you get to here, repeat the exact same thing here. So that wire, just anchor it quickly to one of these little loops here. Maybe wrap around both of them together. That helps lock that stone in as well. Okay, so and then you can, if you wanted to feed the wire quickly over to the spirals, you could lock the two spirals together. So if the wire was here and you wanted to just feed it through here, what you do, if I turn it around, you'll see exactly where I've just locked it, which is just through both of the bits of wire.
Yep.
And then I could bring that wire over to where these two meet here, and just, sorry, the two coils at the back, so I'll turn it back around again. You see these two coils here?
Yep.
I would just quickly sew those two together, and then bring the design back up, the wire back up to continue the weave. So it's just about finding little points where you think I can secure this and securing it. Okay, so that's going to go right up into the point where it gets to here, and that is just going to form your bottom part of the wing. It's going to look a lot neater than mine does at the moment.
So it's sort of halfway up the body,
yeah,
isn't it, in a way?
Yeah, so if I can just have a look at that one, I can show you exactly what we've just done. Okay, so if you can see it on this now, just show it like that. So you can see there that we've just done this section here, and we would have we would have netted in the stone just here, done a teardrop, and then we're just weaving up, and you can see that's just the bare bones of it, but that's all that's been done. And if you look closely on this one, we'll put this one down, you can see where I've done the little stitches, where I've just attached that to the frame there, and where I've just attached the coil together there.
I see.
And then you just bring the wire back up here and continue that weave. So it's very repetitive, but it's just about securing it. So then that makes that become a complete solid piece as opposed to coming apart.
Brilliant.
When you get up here, just coil a little tiny section.
Beautiful.
Okay. So then when I've got my wire all the way up to here, and I've secured all of that, then all I'm going to do is just coil a tiny little bit of the corner part here, and then attach it to the frame.
Okay.
And then that will be that bottom wing finished.
Okay.
Okay, and again, just attaching it to that frame part there. And that will anchor that bottom part of the wing.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, it's not looking too pretty, but you can see how my shapes are here, and this is where you can start playing about and forming the wing shape. So I've got this one as the outer wing. So here, again, I wanted to catch another little stone here. So I went for a sort of one of the rectangle cut ones. And I placed it just around about here.
Yeah.
So it had something to sit on. I'm going to just try and do this in the best way to show you. So I'd have my wire, and this is my weaving wire. All I'm doing is wrapping the stone itself. So it's actually gone underneath all of the frame. And now I'm going to wrap the stone, just to give it a bit of a look. Once I will move my fingers and it'll make sense what I've just said, but it's the problem with working with such tiny stones, so you can't show it properly. But there we go, just wrapped it sort of 2 to 3 times so you can see it there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that?
Yep.
And then you would then take the inside wing wire and again wrap it around that stone to sort of lock it in, almost framing the stone.
I see.
and that will bring it. I lift that back up. It's not going to be 100% secure, but it's one that you've got to tweak. But can you see now? Held it in with the little the weaving wire, wrapped it a couple of times, and then just brought that frame wire around it a couple of times.
I can see.
And then your wires are here, and this is where you can start. You can see now if you do this, you can start to get that wing shape.
Yep.
Okay, so again, doing the weave that we did earlier, where we actually do 5 and across, 5 and across, 5 and across.
Yeah,
is what's actually going to
the
fill.
figure of 8, but you do 5 at the top.
Yeah,
of each
so I'm
loop.
going to wrap 5 times around this one, bring it across to this wire, 5 times around this one, bring it across to this wire, and so forth. And it is a matter of looking at it and thinking, what do I want to do now? Do I want to net another stone? What should I do with this wire? Okay, so at this point, I'm going to just cut these little duffers off for the moment. So, duffers. So you can really sort of frame and shape the wing just here, and you can keep that shape as you're weaving. So I wove up to a certain section, and I'm thinking I've got these 2 ends of wire now, and I need to do this so it still looks pretty.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to have a little look at him again, just so I can remember exactly what I did do. Yes. So this one here. So can I have a little look at it?
Yes, of course.
It's one of those that you do, and when you look, as soon as you look at it, you can see exactly what you've done. So I've gone.
Spiral.
So I've done. Yeah, but you've got to get to the spiral.
You've got to get to that loop over.
Yeah, that's fine. I know what I've done. It's the top wire. Comes round. And forms just like a little drop.
Yeah.
And then when that comes down to here, bring it down to here, you can create a spiral with that one. And then with this one here, again, so with that, it's going to look like a big wiry mess at the moment, but it does come together when you've got all your woven sections. I just didn't have the time to do each section because it would have meant having to keep doing all the middle bits. This is a very bad spiral.
I just want to let you know really quickly, at home we've had lots of people messaging about the nylon jaw pliers. So we've taken off the wire at the bottom of the screen, and we've changed it so you have got the code for the jaw pliers. I've got so low numbers of that. The code is KOZX72, and they are £4.95 for you today. I've still got some stock available. Please, please, I do encourage you to get your hands on it now though, because you know what it's like. We've got them back in, we've got as many as we possibly can at this moment in time, but they have flown out today, they truly have, so please get your hands on them now.
Okay, it's slightly different to how I did it, but it still works. It's just about blending them in and finding yourself a place where you can add another little cab if you want to.
I see, yep.
With the bottom wing, you do need to form yourself a little tiny loop if you want to be able to hang it.
Okay.
And then just bring that wire across over the back of the pendant, and then just wrap it around the top part of the body, trim it. So I've brought that right across the back, trimmed it, and then you can just secure and wrap it around like that.
Yeah.
See, and it will hold, and then you can tweak it about, but that's your sort of rough butterfly wing shape up there. And again, you just fill it in with various sections of weave, so you can just have a play about. I quite like having the negative space in there and having those little open areas. You can get a bit too carried away and add lots and lots, and it can take away from it. So it's just about thinking, right, okay, well, there's a little gap there. I could tweak that and pop a little stone in there, and just fill it up and then repeat on the other side. But I found I got to the point here where I had to finish the ends off these wires, that I was then able to start mirroring.
I see.
And like I say, if you do get stuck, you only have to look at one side and you can turn it over and you can see exactly what it is that you have done. But it is just a matter of playing about with it, and you just want to blend those wires into the design. and then just cut that other wire and wrap it around his head there.
Yeah, I see.
Wrap it around his head.
I know what you mean.
And then you just do spiral these, and that will just
Steely bobs.
give you your little duffers.
That is absolutely beautiful.
So it goes along like that, and there you go.
It's really pretty, and it's one of those that to demo it, you've done an absolutely cracking job, but it's nice because you have got the chance at home when you're doing it to put your own spin on it, haven't you?
It is one of those that every one you do would look different, you know, because it's got that organic design to it really, and you can go to town on it. You don't have to just use capturons. I mean, obviously I had that because that's what was given to me, but if you wanted to add a few little tiny seed beads, if you've got like the high-end gemstones, you want to pop the odd little sparkly bead in, you could add that. You can really go to town with it, but I loved his little body, and I thought it made a really pretty focal sort of body for it.
Yeah.
And the jump rings I made out of the 0.8 wire, and I just actually used, no, Kirsty probably shot at me, but I used my coiling pliers just because I couldn't find my gizmo, because I've been having a sort out. I know, I know,
Dangerous.
it's fatal. But I just used them and just made a few sections, cut them with my flush cutters, and I've just done 2 in 1. So it's just literally 2 and then 1 holding the 2 together, and made my own hook and eye clasp, same as I did before.
Fab. So if you have tuned into Dabby, oh my days.
One day you'll know my name.
What? No, well, I was going to say Debbie.
Exactly.
And I said Dabby. Who's Dabby?
It's even worse.
I'm having a really bad
Making
dyslexic
names
day
up
today. Don't know
for
if you
me.
could tell at home. I can't string anything together.
Well, that's a
Debbie.
new one. Normally I get called
Sarah,
Laura.
Gemma.
I am Laura.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, my point is, Debbie did jump rings
Laura.
a few weeks ago. Debbie did jump rings a fair few weeks ago in our
Debbie
chain
did.
mail.
Ah, there we go.
Debbie Bulford. That's what I'm trying to get out. And if you're really interested in all of that, you'll be really happy to know that she's back doing her second part of our chain mail special this Saturday, 1 until 5. I'll give you a bit more info nearer the time, but set your recorders on Saturday or join us for the second part of your once a month step-by-step tutorial on that.
Yeah.
So you just did these with your little jump rings?
Yeah, I just linked them together. But once you've got it assembled, what you do need to do is just as you did with the body, you need to go over it, and you need to make sure that the ones that you have just held in with the wire, that they are secure. You know, you might find yourself tweaking and just sort of pushing your pliers and really pushing the wire nice and tight to really catch it, and again turning it over, and you may find that you might need to pull some of the wires together underneath it just to give it a bit more of a framework as well. So take that time to sort of give it, you know, to make sure that when you pick it up it's not going to go anywhere and that it is nice and securely in there. And that's really all you can do, and just as I said, when you've got the netted bits, just tweak the frame if you need to.
Beautiful.
I didn't want to do it too much. Actually, can I just show on the back of that one?
Yeah, of course you can.
I did do something a tiny little bit different.
Okay.
Because this is one where I wasn't quite sure where I was going to go, was I actually wove the section there.
I see.
Then I netted, so the stone's actually got a complete base to sit on.
Back to it, yeah.
Because it's got that woven section, so I wove that bit, then I netted it in. And it just, there's no way that stone's going to go anywhere then. But if you do that, you do stop some of the light going through.
Beautiful, that's really good. Thank you for letting us know about that. Now we'll recap really quickly everything for you now. We have got some questions coming in, including, Kurs, can you find that one off Sharon? Did we find out the answer to the zigzag question? We'll answer that for you in a moment. Let me recap for you. You had the wire. Now this is your 0.4 100 metres and your 0.8 100 metres. Copper coloured wire. Your price today for this was just £28.95. I've got double figures of these left, and I mean just. So please treat yourself to this now, because if you'll remember rightly, it was an £11 saving on this in total. A whopping £11, because we were only meant to take off 10, but then that glitch thing happened and we had to take off the extra £1, remember? So £11 saving you had on this completely accidentally, and when we make accidents like that, it means we can't repeat them. So treat yourself now, £11. You also had your cabs, and these were the 8 different pots, and it was the lowest ever price we've brought these to you. They were launched at £21.95. You have your labradorite at the top in all these beautiful different shapes, and at the bottom we did lowest ever price today, £13.95. That's a price match of the lowest ever price. These have been £13.95. And finally, we'll just do your nylon jewel pliers. Really, really handy. You've been wanting them so much. Great for unkinking, great for swirling, great if you're worried about working with coloured wire and your colouring coming off. Do not have to worry with these little beauties. They are so useful. All of our guest designers use them so often, and we keep having to say, sorry, they're out of stock, they're out of stock. We've got them in right now. So please treat yourself to these, because they were only £4.95. It's one of those tools that honestly, if you have even our large toolkit and you think, well, I'm happy with all the tools in there, I don't need anything extra. It's one of those tools that when you actually get it home and play with it, you wonder how you ever did without it. Truly it is. Get it home and enjoy it for yourself, less than £5. Now we have had a few messages in. What have we got? That Sharon one, Kirsty McGee. We know what she said, which weave it was. So Sharon said earlier on, Laura, can you explain to me how you did that zigzag weave? And we weren't sure which one she meant. We know now.
Yes.
Kirsty, which one was it? It was the first one that you mentioned, the one where you did it into stages.
Okay. That is available on a third wirework DVD, but if Kirsty wants me to show it quickly, then I can. It's up to her.
If you want to, quickly.
Quickly.
I say quickly, I mean...
Like super quick?
Minute and a half.
Oh, that's
How's
nice
that?
of you. Right. Too good to me, Kirsty. I'll go as quick as I can now. I will reiterate, it is available on the Wirework Edition free DVD, as is the netting technique. So
the graphic works are coming up, Sharon, for the Wirework 3 DVD. They're coming up now. Goes into loads more detail, but this is great just to start you off.
Be like a bit of
Order the DVD today, but you can have a little test before you get the DVD if we show you how to now.
So I've got my first wire, and what I'm going to do is taking my 0.4 wire, I'm going to always work from the edge. So I work from this side and I work inwards, okay, because I got that room to weave on. Using a little tail, I'm going to wrap around 3 times just to anchor it. Then what I'm going to do is take my next wire, and what I'm going to do is just slightly stagger it so I can see which wires are which. Again, holding my tail, I'm going to wrap around both of these wires. You can do this in however many you want, so if you want to wrap around twice or 3 times, but whatever you decide, make sure each set that you do is the same amount of wrap. So if I wrap round twice, if I go around 3 times, now if you imagine this is working to me, so facing me, my wire is facing away from me. I've got it wrapped 3 times around the front. Add my next wire, stagger them, and you'll notice I'm able to move my weave down the actual wires. And my wire's at the back, and I'm going to go over the top and middle wires. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. My wire's at the back again.
Yep.
Take a 4th wire and stagger it again, because this just helps you work out which wires are which. And again, bring your wire right up to the top and wrap around the top 2 wires. 1, 2, 3. That's your first half of your step, and then wrap around the very top wire singularly. So I'm just going to wrap 1, 2, 3, and that will step out and space out my sort of steps. And then repeat, so I'm going to go back over the top 2, 1, 2, 3, and then bring my wire to the middle 2, 1, 2, 3. This is totally not neat, but that's fine. And then right at the very bottom, wrap the bottom 2. No. And then when my wire's round the bottom, from the back all the way to the bottom 2, 1, 2, 3, and then again I just wrap a single wire 3 times, and that is just one complete.
So simple.
Yeah, I would normally use 1 mil if I could, because you can see how bendy this is, and this 0.8, and this
but
is
just
why.
to give you an idea.
And there you go. If you scoot it all together,
Easy peasy.
there it is.
This is exactly the finish, and we'll show you exactly how to do it much slower than that on this DVD. It is your Wirework 3 DVD. Also shows you nylon pliers on this DVD, if I'm right, actually, which we still have on stock. So this is your DVD, £4.95 for you today. Coming up after the break, TikTok, last in stock. 50 or less of absolutely everything, including some cracking deals and a superstar buy of one of the collector's favourite gemstones by miles. It is, of course, Hessonite garnet. Coming up after this very short break.
Join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. We all know you need the right tools for the job, so here at Jewellery Maker we have designed a kit to make sure you have all the essentials to join in with the fun. With round nose, flat nose and wire cutter pliers, as well as a reamer, tweezers and a bead scoop, you've got everything you need in one place for just £9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. My name is Becky and this is Laura Binding. How are you, Laura?
I'm just trying. Yeah, I'm good.
Good, good. Now, it is TikTok last in stock right now, and that means I have 50 or less of everything that we have right about now. TikTok last in stock. Now, I've got 2 style buys in this hour for you. Number 1 is the one I mentioned earlier, and my other one is, for me, the most seductively sparkling amethyst I've laid my eyes on. So many of the different hues of amethyst in here. You've got lavender, lilacs, you've almost got pink amethyst in some of here. Genuinely, It's a beautiful strand, and I'll show you in a little bit. Really pretty. TikTok last in stock. I'm going to forewarn, because I've only got 50 of everything or less, we're going to be really fast paced. We're going to keep it moving. We're going to be going over to Laura for a challenge in a little bit. You're right. How are those earrings coming along?
Yeah, pretty much it.
We've seen the make so far. We have been interrupting you a lot, getting you to show us loads of things today's show. We will be heading over to Laura to see an absolute wealth of creations for her challenge. So no pressure, but you've got about 40 minutes to create a few more pieces for us. We'll be heading over to her then and possibly squeezing a few more questions if we have a chance, so do send in some more. But up until then, it's TikTok last in stock, quick pace. As soon as you see the code, as soon as the price comes in, as soon as you want it, get yourself on the phone, check out your baskets. You have been warned. I'm not going to tell you again about the baskets in this hour. I'm done. If you don't check them out and you miss it, I'm sorry. I just warn you. Let's go. Citrine. This is zingy, fresh, spring tones, bright pops of lemon and almost honeycomb colours throughout this citrine. It's a beautiful gemstone. It's known as a happy stone, and you can completely understand why, can't you? This beautiful burst of colour within here. Now, it's known as the happy stone because obviously of its beautiful vibrant colour, but also it is said to bring joy and bring happiness, and also make someone feel content. It's a very bright, springy colour for you at this time of year. The lovely thing with it also is you have got that nice clarity here, and because you have the clarity, you see the line running through here. That is of course the temporary strand. That just goes to show how beautifully clear this gemstone is, because you can see that temporary strand running throughout. If you wanted to carry the theme on, then yeah, of course you can keep this temporary strand. But what about mixing it with a little bit of maybe your rose gold, maybe even your silver to really make it pop out? What about some blue beading thread or green beading thread even? Make it look like a little bud on a spring day. How beautiful would that be? So pretty. What did you say to me then? Sorry, Kirsty. Graphics are coming in now, I see. 140 carats if you have of these plain rounds, and they're 8mm. Again, super workable, very usable. Let's take a look at your price today, shall we? £7.95. That's all you're going to be paying for this, and it's genuine citrine. What I would say is get this home just to appreciate this pop of colour, because it really is really special. What would you think of doing with this strand, Laura, binding?
It makes me think quite of summery. It makes you think it would be quite nice and just simple if you had it on a nice stretchy bracelet and just a pair of earrings. It'd be quite nice and, you know, just simple and fun really. I don't know, but I would team it, you could team it with a lot of things. Yeah. You know, you could team it with all of those smoky colours with copper, antique bronze, anything like that. I think you could then turn it into quite a dramatic look if you did that.
What about with this? These as little white petals, and this is your centre. You could create a daisy.
Yeah, little flowers, centre flowers.
Little
make a
flower
real,
with your
almost
centre.
like a bib, kind of, with lots of little flowers on it.
Beautiful. I'm going to do this for you now. This is quartzite, of course. Yes, these are little petal shapes of quartzite. You have got a wealth on here, 160 carats worth of twist fan shape leaves. Now, quartzite is known for a fair few reasons. One, its strength, and two, its ability to do what this one here is doing exquisitely, creating this internal lace-like effect. Doesn't that look lacy? Because it's so fine, these little areas of inclusions. It's beautiful to be able to offer you this in this shape. These are your fan petal shapes. So they have, if I show you to the side one of them, you'll be able to see it has a little wave-like effect there. 18 by 14 mil these are, 160 carats. How many have I got of these, please? 44 of these I have in stock right now. Now, 44 is not the best number to have, especially when you see exactly what we're going to do with the price of this. Please get yourself on the phone lines. £4.95 is all you're paying. You've got an absolute wealth of these, 160 carats worth in total. They've got this beautiful internal lace-like effect, and genuinely, have you seen how many you're getting on here? Even if you're only going to be using, say, 5 to create a flower, from this you could do 1, 2, 3, 4, easily 4 flowers from this. Big 5-petaled flowers, be beautiful. Could you imagine that as a ring? If these spaces weren't here, you'd be able to pop these next to each other, and that would be a stunning big statement ring, wouldn't it? These in a petal shape. That is right up my street. I think I've sorted out what I'm doing this evening. £4.95, that's all you're paying today. Half my stock's gone on this, not a surprise because it's a crazy low price. I'm gonna have to move on. £4.95 for this white quartzite. If you adored, agate because of its banding, but you like more of a feminine, maybe even girly touch, then this is totally the strand for you. Purple banded agate. As I'm spinning it, can you just see? If I move it along slightly, there's this patch in particular where the banding is just so stunning. Now the banding itself is created within agate, of course completely by Mother Nature, and what happens is within the cooling process it cools in these areas, and these different colour tones are of course with different presence of different minerals, and that's how it gets this banding. And it's also part of the cooling process as well, and the structure in which it forms that with Mother Nature. Oh my goodness, I found such a fun one. It's almost got like a pink leopard print here. Isn't that really fun? Sort of pink leopard print almost. Or what are they called, those whales with the horns? Narwhal. You know a narwhal? They have that type of pattern on them, don't they? 150 carats worth of purple banded agate. Why are you laughing at me? Do you say narwhal or narwhale? I say narwhal. Kirsty has no idea what I'm talking about. It's an animal. Do you not know what a narwhal is? Do you, Kurt? Come on, Laura, you know what it is. Okay, it's a huge whale. This has nothing to do with this, but it's a huge whale that lives in, I think it's like around the North Pole area, and they have huge tusks at the front like a unicorn. And they actually rub them together, and that's how they sort of talk to each other. So, my point is, this one here has a banding similar to that seen on a narwhal. It's a beautiful animal. You need to have a little look. It's amazing. 8 mil these faceted rounds are. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? £6.45. This will go perfectly with one of my star buys in this hour, wasn't it? Because they're both faceted to perfection and they're working in the same colour area. But for once, I would say, the agates give you more of a pop of purple. I think they go perfectly. Could you imagine them as a spacer? Wowzers. £6.45. That's all you're going to be paying today. Let's do those amethysts, shall we? Let's go to a star buy. It is February's birthstone. It's the stone of Valentine's as well. It's the stone of love. I made myself feel a little bit nauseated the way I said love then. This is seriously last in stock. I've got 47 of these. Now, it's 85 carats worth of amethyst in these faceted rondelles, and they are 5x1 all the way to 8x5 mil, and there's 22 centimetre strand. Now, okay, can you tell me what the price is going to be? I know what we discussed, but what is it going to be? If you could just tell me. Wow, okay, wow. So, 47 I have of these in total. It is the birthstone of February, and what I will say is some cheeky places on the high street and other areas, they can heighten their price of amethyst, or well, whatever birthstone it is, when you come up to that birth month. Reason being, they can get away with it. You can do it, because if you think about it, especially with this being the gemstone of Valentine's, if you're one of those people who do a bit of a last minute buy, or you have them coming to your shop or your website or your stall, having amethyst in stock, it looks like you're being thoughtful, and to create something beautiful with it when it's in this format is such a beautiful piece you can create with this. Now, the price we discussed earlier, well, the price we discussed earlier was this price, £11.95, because that's the price it's always been. If you've just bought it at this price, congratulations, because do you know what? You're going to absolutely love what's going to happen right now. We're going to take some money off it. Don't worry if you've just bought it and you think, oh no, I've just paid that price. Don't worry, because if you haven't paid it yet, then it's fine. It will go back down anyway. That money will be put on to your account. There's no need to worry about it. £11.95. We are now taking it to the lowest ever price this has been for the last 47, £8.95. Less than 47 by a long shot right about now. £8.95. It's never been that low. This is your last chance to buy. This is by far your last opportunity to get your hands on this. Loads of people have got it in their basket. Hope you're all checking out. This is gemstone of next month. It's Valentine's Day to a T. Gemstone of love, said to prolong your relationship, said to give newlyweds an added boost. It's a beautiful gemstone, and it's in a stunning format in these beautiful graduated faceting rondelles, and that price has never ever been seen before and will not be seen again on this strand, because this is the last amount we have of them. So at £8.95, you need to seriously get these now, because these are going to be gone today. How many have I got? I've got 15 left in stock. 47 I started with 3 minutes ago. I have got 14, 1-4, £8.95. I'm going to do one that, well, kiss. Oh, that's creepy, isn't it? What if I do that? Oh! Did you see that picture of Kirsty then? Have you ever heard a child go, oh, Tom, stop it? Sort of what it sounded like in my ear then. Kirsty didn't like that picture of herself. You look lovely, Kirsty. Now, this is going to be your lowest ever price. I'm just going to put that out there straight away. Lowest ever price this is going to be. It's 41 I have of these in total. 380 carats. Orange Madagascar chalcedony in these faceted medium nuggets. 11 by 10 all the way to 16 by 12 mil. If I show you the length of them, tell me the price it's going to be. Okay? Your price for this has always been £11.95. How many did you say are out in stock? 41 left. What I will say is, if you're happy to pay £11.95 for them, get yourself on the phone right now, because you're going to love what we're going to actually do. The price on these today is going to be not £11.95. I started off with 41 already. I've got 32. This is what we're doing when we TikTok last in stock, £9.95. That's all you're going to be paying for this hefty wealth of strand. Imagine this with that beautiful citrine. Massive, almost 400 carats worth in this strand. This is the wire wrap ring and be absolutely stunning. I'm also thinking maybe wrapping these in a style that you did similar with the cabs earlier on, giving them a little bit of an encapsulation. What do you think of doing with these, Laura B?
I make rings.
Yeah.
We would make rings. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
it's my favourite cut of those stones. You do. I've done a couple of stones in that cut, and I just love them. And they just, to me, they have to be. They look nice as a little section of a bracelet. Look nice if you just had a couple of those on a necklace with just some chain. If you had some of the sort of gold or copper, like the mixed metals, wrapped around a couple of them. You know, there's tons you could do. You could even do something simple like a Viking knit bracelet and just have one of those on each end just to finish the bracelet off, or just one in the middle. So you don't need to go over the top. You don't need to use all of them. Just have one or two.
They are beautiful, and Mother Nature's done the work. So as you say, you don't have to do a lot with these at all, do you?
Nope.
£9.95. You've never seen this strand at this price before. So get your hands on it whilst you can, please. £9.95. This is a big one that I have for you now, because I know how popular these were when we had them on for the first time a month or so ago now. We've got 30 exactly in stock. It's £9.25 and it's a clasp with your lapis. If I show you it as a whole, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So you'll see where my tweezers are. There's two little prongs at the top and two little eye holes at the bottom as well. If I hold it at the side for you, you'll be able to see exactly, here is your clasp, and these sections here are where you'll attach them to your design. You have the beautiful lapis in the centre, and this is a 12mm 3 carats in here. When you open it up, you simply squidge it together and it will come apart, and that's the clasp of your piece. If I put, can I pop this near my mic? Do you mind? I just want to show you the security of this, because when I put it back in, I'll just slip it back in. Listen for a click. If you hear it click, you know it's secure. Do you hear that? Hear that little click? That is literally, no matter how hard I pull on this right now, I couldn't get that open even if I wanted to. I'm really yanking at that, but it's not going anywhere. That means that you have that security, and it's £9.25, so you've got the £9.25 little stamp on the back. Come here, friend. 14mm is the size of the whole thing, so with the beautiful silver around the outside. The gemstone itself is 12mm, and of course it's lapis, so you've got this beautiful rich blue, but you also have these little speckles of gold running through. Let's take a look at your price. £12.95. Do you want a lowest ever price? Go on then. But you have to get them now. That's the only deal. Started with 30 at £10.95. I now don't have 30 I have 13 of these left, literally in that moment then as that price went down. To be fair, when I started, I already had someone bought 3. Congratulations if you managed to get 3. £10.95 is all you're going to be paying for this little beauty today. It adds security and luxury to your pieces. If you've created something that you are absolutely in love with, perhaps you're doing a commission and you want that security, then no, they're definite, be sure that that ain't going to be coming undone, that ain't going to be lost. You're not going to lose that after a few drinks on a Saturday night. This is your piece to make sure of that, and it's £10.95 today. Where are we heading to now? 10 left. Okay. Oh, these are so pretty. You don't see sunstone in rounds very often. You normally see them in the slabs, like that beautiful ring I procured from Laura Binding. These are your sunstone gems. Sunstone, it's got this lovely, really neutral tone to it, but as you can see, do you see the little shell on the centerpiece? If I spin it round, can you see? You can see it on a fair few of them actually. This is the beautiful shiller that you get from sunstone. These are 12mm rounds and it's a huge carat weight, 370 to be to be precise. Do you know what, guys at home, sometimes I'll do this for you, won't I? I'll just say to you, okay, let's just bring your price in, because honestly, you know that this is stunning quality. You can see the shiller on it just as I'm moving it even under these lights. I can see it to the eye, this times 10. Massive carat weight, 330. Beautiful gemstone of sunstone. Plain round, so workable. 12mm. Your price today is a shocker. Can you believe that? £6.95. Have you seen the amount you're getting on here? The length of this strand. It's a beautiful gemstone. I can't believe it's £6.95. But I do understand why it's in our TikTok last to stop, because this has gone so well in the past. How many have I got of these now, Kirst? 41. But people are coming in on the phones. I've got 41. I've got 41. Now, did you say 30? 37. 37 I have right now. They are flying through this. £6.95. Genuinely, can you see, just as I'm pulling it across, that wonderful shiller, just the movement of this gemstone, it's stunning. I've said this before, but for me, gemstones that give me fluidity, that give my pieces something that every time I look at them I see something extra, the gemstones that I personally fall in love with. That's why I'm obsessed with opal. I absolutely adore Moonstone, really into labradorite, and of course sunstone does it perfectly as well. It's that type of gemstone that every time you look at it, it gives you something different, something you might not expect, something a little bit extra that you hadn't noticed before. This is the type of gemstone that I would want on a bracelet or a ring, because I'd want to look at it. I'd want it to catch my attention, to catch my eye. One of those days when you're on the tube and it'll just catch your eye, this little glints, this beautiful light shiller across, and just captivate you and give you something extra. It's something this gemstone does beautifully. And for only £6.95 for 370 carats worth of pure enjoyment, shiller and pleasure, £6.95, it's a great deal, isn't it? It's a great deal. Lovely Kirsty saying that she'd put them with these. Oh, smoky quartz, these huge rice beads. Why would you put these together, Kirst? She just thinks it's a really natural tone. Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there, Kirsty. You've got a good eye, haven't you? Let's do these now then, shall we? Can you believe that these are smoky quartz? It's wonderful, isn't it? The quality of our smoky quartz truly just goes up and up and up. Just increases all the time. Now, this gemstone, do you think that always looks jet to you at home? It does, doesn't it? I promise you it's not. This is completely transparent. Your clarity in this is extraordinary. You've got on these rice bead shapes this seductive sparkle. These are huge facets on here. There's checkerboard, almost diamond-like rice bead shapes. Now, the deeper, the richer the tone, the more exclusive, the more enjoyed, the more people want them. The deeper the smoke, usually, the more luxurious, the higher price. The smoke on this is so smoky that to you it genuinely does almost look jet, doesn't it? I can assure you they're not, I promise. They're completely transparent. Imagine I have my coffee black, I don't have any milk in it, but sometimes you can still see through black coffee, can't you? If you spill it, you can still see it, or if you get low in your mug. You have black coffee as well, don't you?
Yeah, and when it's not very strong.
Oh, I hate
when
that.
When it's like weak and watery.
What? Oh, that's horrible. In a coffee. In a gemstone. That's a good thing. 270 carats as you've got here, and imagine that colour, that's what I'm talking about. This is so smoky, it's high lux, high luxury, really wanted. £17.95 is the price it's always been. Doesn't mean we're going to do it for that price. £11.95. That is a record, a rock bottom price. This is an exclusive price for a wonderful strand. You've never seen that price before. You won't see it again because right now I only have 24 of these left in stock at this current moment in time. 22 now of these left in stock. £11.95. You will not see this beautiful strand again. So please check it out, enjoy it, do get this home, because I doubt you'll have seen any smoky quartz this smoky before. I can guarantee you that it is transparent, but the smokiness is something not to be missed. Absolutely exceptional gemstone here. It's high quality, it's high lux, but it is a record-breaking low price. £11.95. That's all you're going to be paying for this today. It's a really beautiful strand, and actually they might go well with what we've got next. Oh, we haven't had these on in a while. Oh wow. These are your little hearts, and these are textured hearts. Kirsty says these would go really nicely with this, and I have to agree. Imagine one of these, a little charm, just dropped in between these beautiful smoky quartz. Are you in love with this pendant? I'm going to bring this to you right now. Now, this is absolutely beautiful. You can see it's a heart shape, where just underneath my tweezers you can see the little eye hole. Now you'll see that these are textured. If I keep this moving for you, you can see almost these lines of texture. Now these are brushed on, these are texturized on. You're getting the same on the front as you are on the back, and you're getting 3 of these in total. Let me get them all out for you. You're getting 3 in total. They're all brushed in the same direction. I only have 49 of these left in stock. So you'll see that you've got the brushing in a way that they're done almost in these rectangles that are all done at slightly different angles, slightly different depth, which means that as the light's catching them, you're getting this absolutely beautiful flashing across the surface. 3 in total, and it has it on the front and the back, so there's no area left to be enjoyed. You'll see that it has the section around the outside that isn't textured, which means you've got this beautiful highlighted polished silver heart shape around the outside. They're 15 by 16.5 mil. Imagine these, a little charm. Have you got a stamper? Did you get those stamping letters off us the other day? Imagine stamping your initials into these and creating something truly special. It's 925 sterling silver. Let's take a look at your price for these three today, shall we? That's sterling silver. This is your clearance price. £4.95 for this today. 925 sterling silver with this much of a brushwork effect on it is something really special. It is so reflective. You've got that movement there. This is the type of thing that's constantly going to catch your eye. Are you a little bit mesmerised now at home by me sort of spinning this around? It's almost got that hypnotic glowing effect to it, doesn't it? Imagine these on like a wing charm or a pair of earrings. These would be perfect, wouldn't they? It's a pair of your drops, like long drop. Every time you move, they'll spin around. I absolutely adore this as a ring as well. Perfect sizing for a ring. Really pretty. Can you imagine? Gorgeous. 3 of these are 925 for 495. How many left? 17. 17. That's all I've got. You need to get your hands on 925 sterling silver heart charms right about now. Use them as a really simple pendant and you're sorted, but just look at the striping. It's something really special. 495 is all you pay today. They're really beautiful. Get them home and you'll be mesmerised, I think. Where are we heading, Sweet Pea? Kirsty? Okay. This is your one locational gemstone I have coming up for you now. Australia. From a location called Mooka Creek. This is your one location gemstone. It is, of course, your mookaite. Mookaite is renowned for the way in which it's structured and the way in which lapidaries work with it. Now, the mookaite itself will come as one block main base colour. So, for example, say it might be this mustard-like tone. And then throughout it, you'll get patches and areas of zonality that are a different colour. So it's not as, say, your agate, which will very much come through with your lines and your zones, and then wherever you cut, you've got that loaning and zining. Mookaite is separate to that. It's much more separate and defined areas. Imagine when you were younger and you know you got like the marble cake at school and you used to find just chunks of like chocolatey bits, didn't you? Or chunks of fluorescent green. It was fluorescent green at our school, I promise you. And we had pink custard with it as well. It's a bit gross when you think of it. However, that's what this is like. It's in those areas as opposed to your agate where it's all the banding and all into swirl. No matter where you cut it, the lapidaries have to work a little bit extra hard with this gemstone just to pick out those different beautiful colours and tones. Now these are your twisted puffy drops. Let's have a look at the bottom of these, shall we? Can you see them? If I show you it on the side, can you see how this twist is? Can you see what I mean here? Can I just point out at the bottom of the screen it says mookaite from Austria. Someone is having a bit of a day like me and has spelled Australia just like the word Austria. So don't start thinking Becky's just completely lied to me and said it's one location in Australia, but this is from Austria. It's not me, it's whoever wrote this. You can click whichever country a gemstone comes from when you're loading these up, and whoever it was a little bit sleepy that day and pressed Austria instead of Australia. I promise you this is Australia, it's only one location, I'm not making this up. 300 carats, let's take a look at your Australian mookaite price. £7.95 for that. Isn't that a really wonderful price? And the mixture of tones you're getting, It's so special. I love that you're getting some lilacs and bursts of pink throughout here as well. It's something, look at this one. That one's a bit of a stunner, isn't it? Can you see this band here that's orange, like almost fluorescent orange? Can you pick that up? That's so beautiful. £7.95, one location, gemstone, Australian mookaite. Say to me again. Wow. These are in a similar tone to the pearls we had earlier actually, aren't they? Quite similar, they're not the same, they're a bit deeper. These are your shell pearl. Now, shell pearl is very basically a shell that we get and then we cover it in a substance that's called mother of pearl bead. This then builds up and up and up and we're able to shape, polish the stones. That means that you get almost this pearl-like effect. However, you've got the strength and the durability that pearl just can't offer you. These are 12mm rounds. They do look large though, don't they? These are wine red shell pearl. They look very burgundy. Really burgundy claret tones you have on this. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? 12mm. £5.45. It's your last 40. Get your hands on these right here, right now. They're a large size, but because they're shell pearl as well, they're not overly heavy. Say if you were to get something, I don't know, obviously your hematite's going to be really weighty, isn't it? But you don't have that problem with this. You can create some bold pieces, statement pieces, but you've still got that light, airy and delicate feel. £5.45 for you today. Ooh, pretty. Pretty gemstones. Is this? Oh wow, the fastening's beautiful on these. This is your multicoloured quartz strand. You've got periwinkles, you've got limes, you've got cerises actually in here, which is quite unusual. You've got peppermints, perfectly clear. There's a lot of delicate floral pastel tones running through here. Have you seen the faceting on them? The faceting is so tiny. Goes perfectly with the amethyst strands that I had on earlier on too, that star buyer had. Can you really get a feel of the faceting? You can't. Let's do it this way, shall I? Okay. Ooh, you can now, can't you? They've all got this beautiful faceting. It's not the diamond shape, it's almost hexagonal, isn't it? 80 carats, multicoloured faceted quartz, 6mm rounds. Let's take a look at your perfect pastel price. £6.95. That's all you're going to be paying. Again, really lengthy strands we're working with here. What would you think of doing with these, Laura B?
I just think they're really pretty. That's the kind of thing that you could add into the butterfly detail to give that little bit of extra sort of sparkle if you wanted to.
Love that idea.
You know, little sort, because you think of butterflies, you think they have little spots and patterns on their wing, don't you?
Yeah,
which is what I was thinking when I was doing that. So if you had something like that, you'd get that real sort of, and it makes you think of nature, it makes you think of summer, and then you could have a couple in a chain or something like that, you know?
Yeah, it's a really nice idea. And especially with some of the pops of pinks that go beautifully with the rose quartz that you have. It's a slightly different tone of rose quartz.
It would be a lovely alternative to making the heart, wouldn't it? If you had, like you say, the pink wire would go beautifully with all of those, like with the amethyst, with the, you know, with all of it.
Love that idea. Thank you, Laura. £6.95 for you today. Wow, I love this strand. Really big fan of this. It's really stunning. It's chunky and it's got strength. It's got this, I love the metallic tone. Really beautiful, isn't it? This is your pyrite. 100 carats worth of your plain irregular squares. And these are 4x1 all the way. all the way on an 18 centimetre strand. Imagine these as a really luxurious spacer. They've got a strength to them. They used to be used actually as part of weaponry, because of course they created a spark, so they were actually used in guns back in the day because they create this beautiful spark because they are so metallic. Working these in with your wires, just creating that multi-tonal metallic effect, which is so big on the high street right now, it's almost unstoppable. Mixture of metallic tones, working with these beautiful pyrite colours, clashing with your gold with additions of silver. It's really high fashion right now, such a trend. 18 centimetres. And they're in these slab-like effects. All of these, of course, are individual. When you get them home, you'll be able to see it's not one large block. These are all little individual slabs that you have on here. 18 centimetres. Let's take a look at your price. Last in stock, £5.95 for you. 48 I have of these. That's all. Once they're gone, they're gone. £5.95. You've got something really spectacular, really up there at the moment. Very high fashion. £5.95. I gave you a little sneaky peek of what I'm going to bring you now. Gave you a little hint as to what it was earlier on, didn't I? Let's bring it now, your star buy. Seriously sought after by collectors in many different forms. It's one of those that a lot of collectors especially will have them as an uncut piece displayed on a table, and then they'll have pieces made up from it. What we're looking for in this collector's choice gemstone, they absolutely adore it. What we're looking for in here is the vividness of colour. So we're looking for serious saturation. In this gemstone, that's what you're looking for to prove you have high status, high luxury. Do you get beautiful saturation and a truly vivid colour on this? Yes, you do. This is seriously saturated. Look at this richness of colour. Imagine caramelised on top of your creme brulee, this melted sugar that solidifies. That's the colour you're getting. These burnt umbers, this seriously rich, seriously sexy cinnamon treacle colour. These beautiful saffron tones popping throughout here. 40 carats worth you've got of this hestonite garnet, and truly it is an exceptional little gemstone. This itself is from Africa, and you've got 40 carats worth within here. Now, it's a collector's choice. It's a gemstone that we know garnet, we know the colours of garnet you can get. Hestonite garnet is brand new to Jewellery Maker last year. It's something that is very tricky to get your hands on if you don't know the right people. We've got it here for you today because we do know the right people, and we want to give you the chance at home to own a gemstone that was once reserved just for the professionals, just for the connoisseurs, just for the collectors. We are going to give you the chance to own this at a never seen before price. Your price, 41 I have of these at this price. 41 at this price. £14.95. Hold on, I know you're really excited. I know you're really excited. £14.95. How vivid this tone is, trust me, when you get it home you'll see it even more what I'm talking about. The saturation and the vivid colour is what collectors and connoisseurs look for in this gemstone. You have that on this to perfection. It's the gemstone of the collectors. It's a collector's choice strand. It's something that's absolutely loved the world over, but it's something that only a few people can truly get their hands on. This time 2 years ago, if we'd brought this to you, you'd have said, what the heck is that? You might recognise it now because we've had it in a couple of times, but even then I think I've only brought Hessianite garnet to you once before in a different strand altogether. And I've been here, what, 3 months now? £14.95 should be your price. Now's your time to get on the phone, ladies and gentlemen, to own this genuine gemstone, because it's not £14.95, £8.95. It's the lowest ever price we have done on Hessianite garnet, 40 carats worth in these plain ovals, 6x4 all the way to 10x7. They're rich, they're deep, they've got depth to them that is completely unrivaled by many others. £8.95, it's never been that price before. This is a record-breaking price on Hessianite garnet strand for you, 40 carats worth of this strand. It's never been that low before at £8.95. Get it home, enjoy the richness. How many left? 30 I have of these left in stock right now. Get your hands on this. It's something that you really want to get home to appreciate. If you're a fan of amber, this is going to be the gemstone for you, because it is kicking out those tones. Actually, it certainly is kicking out those beautiful rich tones in there. £8.95. It has never been that low before. I truly encourage you to get your hands, because I have no more of this in the warehouse at all. What I have for you now is what I have. That's it. I've got people on the phones, I've got people online. We will be with you, I promise we will be with you. However, what I would say is do stay where you are. If you're not on the phone lines right now, you may well miss out, so please, I encourage you to do that. We are going to be heading over to Laura Binding. This is our last piece to give you for today that you haven't already seen before, so seriously, please treat yourself to it, because otherwise you will miss out, and we don't have anything else like that in our bank at the moment.
Hi.
What did you think of the Hessianite garnet?
It's gorgeous.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's very, very pretty.
It's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
It's gorgeous, that is. It's proper lush, that, isn't it?
Proper though, isn't it?
How is your challenge gone?
Yeah, it was good. It's one of those I'd love to sit at home and really take my time to really appreciate, because these are really, really beautiful gemstones, and you really don't get to see the beauty of it. What I would want to do is put them on something black, which is totally not like me, and actually just look at them all and sort them out and see exactly what I've got and what I can work with, and, you know, play about with it. So they're just gorgeous, and you can see what I've got left.
Have a look at how many she's got left. This is amazing. Oh, run away. This is how many Laura has got left in here. Honestly, the colours you're getting.
Look, does it fit?
Oh, that is so nice, isn't it? The colours you're getting in here, this is exactly why I love this gemstone. Because when you put it on your finger and you move it, can you see that shimmer, those blues, those oranges, those yellows cascading across? That's what I want from this. I want to have it as a ring, and I want to be able to see it and look at it and enjoy it.
It's gorgeous, and it's really subtle as well. It's one of those that if you had the earrings in and you turned your head and the light caught it, that someone would go, oh, what's your, because they'd think it was just something simple, and then they'd see that flash and be like, oh, that, yeah, what is it?
So agree with that.
Yeah, I've obviously had a bit of fun with the crinkly toy thing. It's not a toy, it's a tool. Do apologise.
Just want to let you know it's £13.95 on this box today. They are such a beautiful mix in this matrix. However, I've got 16 of them left. Once they're gone, they're gone. Please do treat 14 now.
Yeah, and they are gorgeous. And it's lovely if you're a bit new to trying out the higher end gemstones. You know, if you're not quite, you don't want to get a whole strand of one thing. You've got a nice variety of sizes and shapes in there that you can really play about and learn to play, because they are quite small.
Yeah.
But they're really beautiful. Yeah, fun.
They are really good fun to play with. 12 of these I've got left in of this matrix box, so please get your hands on it now. I've had a couple of questions in. Are you alright if we ask them?
You can go for it.
Okie dokie. This is your question time. This is from James. Kirsty, you're going to have to read this to me, my love. Hi, I am, if you're making a special piece with silver findings, would you use beading wire or sterling silver wire to bead the gems? Really good question, James.
It depends, because obviously beading wire and silver wire have got two different types of, they're two different types. Yeah. Beading wire is beautiful if you're going to just string the gemstones on and then use your sterling silver findings to finish that piece off, and that would actually keep the cost down to be quite minimal, because you'd only be using sort of crib beads and you know, very minimal sterling silver, but you could still say that's genuine pearl on sterling silver.
Yeah.
But if you were doing something like a pair of earrings, like obviously that's all just been done using wire. If you were doing something like that and you wanted to use the sterling silver, then that, you know, you could combine that with your higher end. It just depends on what you're going for, to be honest with you.
So we would say if we are literally just stringing to make a really simple necklace, use your beading thread. Yeah. Because there's no need to use sterling silver. There's going to be high price, high luxury, but you're not going to see it.
Yeah, to be honest. And if you are going to be using silver wire, you know, you'll probably be making your own findings out of sterling anyway. Yeah. But if you didn't want to make your own findings, then yeah, of course, use your sterling to go with it. It really does depend on the type of jewellery that you're looking to make.
That you're making. Thank you for sending that in to us, James. I have another question for you. Go on then. This is from Yorkshire. Glynis in Yorkshire, thank you. She says, I'm on your wavelength, Becky. Oh, yes, you can see the narwhal like link, lol. Thank you so much. You have no idea how nice it is to hear that in my 3 months being a presenter, you're the only person to say you're on my wavelength. So thank you. Do you see what I mean? The narwhal. Exactly. We've got another message for you. Thank you for sending that in. This one is from Patience. Laura is a wonderful designer, looking stunning today.
Thank you.
Isn't that nice? Yeah. Thank you for sending that in. How beautiful. Kirsty just said, did you pay £20? I
can hear her going, Laura's paid £20.
How rude.
I would expect nothing less.
Well, obviously. Thank you so much for all your messages. Just want to let you know I'm out of my teens on this. I've only got 12 of these in stock right at this moment in time. It's £13.95. Never been that low before. This beautiful box. By the way, this has been used. We have used the majority. We've used everything out for this piece, haven't we?
I've tried to use a sort of one of every sort of cut and shape. There's a couple of squares and there's loads in there. I really would love, I'd take this home and I would really go to town with it and make something really beautiful with it, but I just didn't have the time because someone kept interrupting me.
Yeah, Kirsty. So I just want to let you know I've not got that many of these left, but you've done some stunning pieces. I'm glad you had fun with your new toy, playing with your crinkler. Is that good, isn't it? So tell me, please, when you're back.
7th of February.
Okay.
Which is not this Friday, but the following. So you get a break from me for a while. Am I with you?
Not with me, though.
Oh,
yeah, no, I am.
I am with you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Awkward.
Am I awkward?
With you? No, you're not.
No, it's
not anymore. I've changed it now. Decided you're not. No, you're not anymore. Right, you have a really great day. Now, I want to let you know that I am back tomorrow. Hopefully, my dyslexic day will have cleared up a little bit and I'll be able to string a sentence together tomorrow. So, tomorrow I am joined by a really wonderful guest designer. You will all know her as the stunning Natalia. She's going to be joining me tomorrow 1 o'clock till 5. And just as a little reminder, I'm going to remind you all the way up until the day now. On Saturday, it is our second in our 12-month chain mail step-by-step Debbie Bulford tutorials. That is coming up on Saturday. Set your recorders right now before you forget. And also in that day, I've got a polymer clay and mini suitor special as well. Oh, good, right? But until then, I will see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock till 5. Thank you to you, Laura. We'll see you tomorrow with Natalia. Have a lovely evening, guys.